So, before we get started today, I have to unfortunately break the news that my Netflix is not working on my computer. I've been trying for the last half hour to get it to work. It just isn't working. Um, I don't know what to do about it. A little frustrating. Everything else was fine, but this just means that I won't have any reference footage. So I'm gonna have to find a way around that for next time. I mean, maybe the next time my whatever show I do will be on a different service. Maybe it'll be a little easier because I normally cast it directly from Netflix or whatever it is to the stream. But alas, I can't do that. So you're just gonna have me to look at in the copyright shield and chat. And as you can see, the layout is a little different. It's a little bit more professional. We'll see. Things might change uh, depending on, how I like things. It might change. Not sure yet. Not sure yet. But I guess we should dive into this because it's gonna take me forever, like last time. Probably, especially because episode 8 is like 2 hours long, so it's gonna take me probably. Let's see, every episode's about an hour, and last time I averaged 2 hours per episode talking about it. Not looking good for me. So, I guess we'll get into it. But I do have a little bit of a preamble. Um, some things I wanted to talk about uh, before we get started. So, I was doing some research because um, it came to my attention that the rumors about the Duffer Brothers using ChatGPT might have been fake. So I obviously don't want to be spreading any misinformation on here about anything. So I did some digging, and let me try to actually bring it up real quick. There's an article that came out where the doc creator, the one who created the documentary about the show, came out and answered a bunch of questions. Um, let's see here. One second. One second. One second. Let me pull this up. Here we are. Oh, that is huge. Here we are. I'll just throw it down here. Just for reference, I know it's going to be a little small, but just so you guys can check it out if you're interested. I'll try to make it a little bigger, I guess. I'll put it over here, I guess, for now. Or over here. Is that okay? That's fine. Because I was just curious. I was like, well, I might as well look into this. I don't want to be spreading any lies. So yes, the man behind the series, or not the series, behind the doc was uh, interviewed. Let me get to the part there, and he was asked specifically about the AI. Um, Here we are. So the question was, you've got superfans pausing and zooming in on individual frames of your documentary. One allegedly shows one of the Duffer Brothers with a ChatGPT tab open on their computer. Did they use ChatGPT in your presence, and if so, what for? And the first thing he says is, I mean, we even sure they had ChatGPT open? That's not a good answer right off the bat. I don't know. That's a little suspicious. Uh, a little suspicious. You'd think that you would just lead with saying no, unless you're not telling the full truth, right? That's what I would assume. Uh, so it's a little weird, a little strange that he doesn't just lead with saying no. I didn't see anything. Um, so the interviewer says, I'm personally not, but the internet seems sure. The doc creator says, well, there's a lot of chatter where social media users are like, quote, we don't really know, but we're assuming. But to me, it's like, doesn't everybody have it open just to do quick research? That's not justifiable, though. I'm sorry. What do you mean? Like, okay, sure, people can use it for research, but there's not really any evidence that they did, considering how much stuff they got wrong. Not only about their own show with all the inconsistencies, but they get stuff wrong like basic stuff about real life. Like I think in the last our last stream, I mentioned how they didn't even do research to see if surveillance cameras were even widely used in the 80s because they weren't widely used at all. They were and no one could afford them. So they didn't even do that research. And there's stuff in this episode that doesn't make sense either in the same vein. So I don't think they were using it for research, and if they were, they did a terrible job researching. So a little suspicious there. Uh, the interviewer agrees that people probably have it open to do research. So he says, and the doc man responds with, "How can you possibly write a storyline with 19 characters and use ChatGPT? I don't even understand." So this guy's clearly never used ChatGPT, or maybe he has and he's not good at it because like I've used it to write scripts for fun, like not for any not I've never been paid to work on a project and used it, but I've used it for fun, and you could definitely get it to write a lot for you for nothing. Uh, and also, who's like they could have created storylines with ChatGPT and then spliced them all together, like easily. And also, ChatGPT could have just given them an outline. That's just as bad as writing a full script. This guy's conflating. He's assuming that the fans are assuming that they use it to write the whole thing. It's not about that. It's about them using it to influence the show, which they probably did, considering how basic and formulaic this season is. But let's continue. The interviewer says, "I don't think many fans truly believe the Duffer Brothers had Gen AI write their scripts. I think it's more of an aversion to the use of the technology in general Hollywood." The doc creator responds, "Again, first of all, nobody has actually proved that it was open. That's like having your iPhone next to your computer while you're writing a story. No, it's not. We just use these tools while multitasking. So there's a lot going on all the time, every time." What does that mean? there's well, so there's a lot of wait. So there's a lot going on all the time, every time. Okay. What I find heartbreaking is everybody loves the show, and suddenly we need to pick it apart. Okay, guy. I mean, first of all, you're getting paid to make the doc, so I'm not expecting you to take a crap all over the show, obviously. But the reason people are picking it apart is because it's bad. Like, come on, why do we have to live in fairy tale world? Like, really? I don't understand. Um, and he says it's heartbreaking, so he's trying to like emotionally blackmail you into feeling bad for these people, even though they're the ones getting paid millions of dollars to write the show. But I won't go into that. I repeated myself a bit in the beginning of the last stream with that, so we don't need to go into it. But I come on, really. Also, having using ChatGPT and having an iPhone around to do research is not the same thing. ChatGPT can just do your work for you. Like, what do you think kids in schools do nowadays? What they're using it clearly, and this guy can't even deny it. He's taken this long, and he can't straight up say they hadn't used it. But we'll get to that because then he finally does say he claims they didn't use it at all, which we'll see in just a moment here. Uh, so, um, the interviewer says, "So just to button up the topic, you didn't witness an unethical use of generative AI in the writer's room." The doc maker says, "No, of course not." Why didn't you lead with that then? I witnessed creative exchanges. I witnessed conversation. People think writer's room means people are sitting there writing. No, it's a creative exchange. It's story development, and of course you go places in your creative mind. What's okay? And then you come back to the script. I think being in the writer's room is such a privilege and such a gift to be able to witness that. I agree with that part. Yeah, I think it is a privilege to be able to be in the writer's room and witness that, but it's too bad that they're not good writers because if you watch the doc, they have no idea what they're doing. They literally have no idea what they're doing. I commented on this in the last stream how they said they're laying the tracks as the train is going. That doesn't sound like writers who know what they're doing. He also says, "No, of course not. I witnessed creative exchanges." So that's like a blanketed term to basically say No, I saw them being creative, not saying no. I didn't see them use AI. So he's dodging a bullet there by not explicitly saying whether or not they used AI or not. Uh, so this interview doesn't hold up as evidence that they didn't use AI to me. I'm sorry. He didn't even lead. He didn't even lead with that. Like if someone is gonna ask you if they used AI, say no. But he probably doesn't want to lie, I guess, and he can't say that they did because then he'd probably get blacklisted or something by Netflix. I don't know. So he's in a tough spot. He can't really say anything. Uh, but I just wanted to address it because I saw online that people were saying that it wasn't true. I still think that they used AI in some way. I'm not saying they wrote the whole thing using AI, but it certainly had a hand in it, especially considering just how bad the show is. Uh, that's all I can really say about that. You can check out the article if you want to verify that I'm not lying or bending the truth. It's the Hollywood Reporter, and the article is right here. Stranger Things documentary director answers all your questions by not answering them, dodging them. But enough with that. Boom, we're done with that. Uh, and I wish I had content to throw up here, like from the show, but again, I can't. I can't access the account, the Netflix account. I apologize for that. Next stream, I will figure something out for next stream, so I have reference footage because I like to be able to scroll through. It's nice to scroll through with the audience, and actually like pick apart stuff on the screen. But like I said, you're gonna have to look at me now for the rest of the time, or listen to me if you don't want to look at my face. uh, to continue the introduction a little bit, um, there's some other kind of damning stuff about this doc that I didn't know about until like 3 days ago. Uh, I'm not gonna pull it up in case that gets copyrighted, and I can't again because Netflix isn't working. But in the documentary, they cover all like the making of the season and all that jazz. And there's a section in the doc where it's Joe Keery, Natalia Dyer, I can't remember his name, Jonathan and Robin's and my Hawk's last day on set, so they're gonna be wrapped. And Joe Keery gives a speech to the crew and to the cast, and it's really nice, like nice moment. Apparently he was really torn, like the actor was really torn up about this day. Like apparently he was described as always being chipper, but this is the first day he like cried on set, probably because it was his last, which is pretty sad. So he's giving a speech, and at the end everyone claps, and like yeah, go Joe. They clap, and fans noticed something about this. They noticed there was something really strange about the clapping, and it turns out that apparently there weren't enough claps that they got on camera. So whoever was in charge of editing this doc put they took a soundbite from Wii Sports, like the clapping in Wii Sports, like the game, and put it in not the episode, in the doc. And it's like if you can look it up, just look up Wii Sports sound Stranger Things, and you'll find it immediately. There's like a bunch of clips about comparing the sounds. It's the same sound. It's like, what are we doing? Why? You're Netflix, first of all. Just pay to like get some kind of real audio. Why do you have to take Wii Sports audio? Maybe they found it, and maybe Wii Sports and Netflix got the audio from the same place. But still, like, it just doesn't look good. I'll give them the benefit of the doubt that they didn't. I don't think they went to Wii Sports, like the game, and found the audio from that. It's just funny that it's the same audio, and that it proves that they edited it to make it look better. It's just weird and bad. It's just not a good look, not good publicity for the show. And I mean that's all I have for the intro, really. I just want to get into the show because I'm gonna be here for probably 8 hours again, or not, if not longer. So, I guess we'll dive right in. Uh, but I need to take a quick intermission here so I can set up a couple things. All right, I'm back. And yes, again, if anyone's just tuned in, there are no reference footage today. I apologize. It'll be figured out for next week. So let's dive into episode 5. Oh boy, oh boy. Uh, and episode 5 is interesting. Oh, okay, no title card there. Great. Let's just get into it. So, okay. So Will has just killed all the big old Vecna army, all the Demogorgons, right? He's just killed all of them. After he gets the big Tism powers by seeing that it's okay to come out as gay, which is nothing wrong with that, obviously on its own. But it's just weird that that speech from Robin also empowered him to just have the ability to take out the Demogorgons. It's also really strange that Vecna just left. Vecna just left, by the way. I don't know if anyone remembers, but he comes in, he talks to Will. He could kill Will right there. He chooses not to for no reason. He tells Will his plan, basically, and he lets Will go, leaves, Will kills all the Demogorgons, and somehow Vecna doesn't sense it, even though we know he can sense stuff across different planes. Uh, so that doesn't make sense. I don't know why he wouldn't just turn right around, go back and kill Will right there. I don't know why he doesn't send the Demogorgons after Will explicitly, since Will is without Will, our gang doesn't make it basically. Will is like the key to everything next to 11. So Vecna's really dumb. He's a terrible villain for most of this series or most of this season. There's one moment later where he actually is smart and they do something cool. But that doesn't come for a long while. A long, long while. Okay. But yeah, there's not really a reason that Vecna comes to the military base. He just kind of brags to Will that he's gonna win and then leaves. It's so weird. Like why? Why would you do that? Why? He just looks stupid. It's just to have our dramatic moment again, because this show really likes to drive home dramatic points without building up to them. Unfortunately. Yeah, this is after Vecna leaves. The Demogorgons are dead. Will has saved the day. He tells everyone that Vecna has all the kids, and basically Will explains everything that we just saw in the last episode, because I guess the writers think that no one's paying attention to the show, and this keeps happening. Like the exposition in the flashbacks, like every episode we get them. It's insane. We don't need flashbacks for stuff we saw 5 minutes ago. Show, we don't need it. We remember the audience. Most of the fans care a lot. I mean, we don't need flashbacks every time you do something. He blames himself for not acting sooner, and that's when he tells everyone that he has all 12 kids and he's about ready to enact his plan. So, yeah, we see that Vecna has slurped up all the kids. They're all injected into his mind, essentially. And they're all in the mind prison, and they're all happy-go-lucky. Everyone's chill. They don't realize that he's the big bad. And Vecna explains his version of events, which is that he is actually saving the world and saving the kids, and the kids are going to help him do that. And he tells about a great big darkness spreading over not just Hawkins but the world, and that yes, they're going to be part of his plan to stop it. And in this little group session here with all the kids, we see little Holly Wheeler is there. And if we remember from the last episode, she's on Max's team and she's spying for Max. And Derek is here. And Derek is obviously also onto Vecna. So, well, let's see. He's onto Vecna, but I don't understand why he remembers everything. Given that Vecna's shown that he can erase specific parts of everyone's minds, I guess he just didn't figure that Derek knew everything about him. I don't know why. It's a little weird. Anyways, Derek notices Holly and somehow figures out that Holly is aware that Vecna is the big bad. I don't know how. He just figures it out because later on he finds Holly and tells her so. Which begs the question, if Mr. Derek can figure out that Holly knows that Vecna is the big bad, why doesn't Vecna notice this as well? Is Vecna dumb? The second Vecna dumb moment already, and we're 2 minutes in. We're 5 minutes in. Sorry. That doesn't make any sense. And whatever. The show just establishes that Vecna is dumb whenever the show needs him to be dumb. So we move on. He tells them to eat, play, rest because tomorrow it begins. My question is, why not today? Like if you have them and it's so important, why not just do your plan right now? Why do you gotta wait so long? What's the point of waiting? Oh, I remember. The reason that they have to wait is because Lucas already said that it has to do with the anniversary of when Will first got taken, which is a dumb reason. That makes zero sense, especially first of all, calendar dates and anniversaries are an arbitrary human thing. So, and Vecna is a creature of multiple planes of existence where there isn't even really time if you think about it. So why does he keep track of an anniversary of when he took Will? Why does that matter? It doesn't. It's just the show needed to have like a time limit until the heroes figure out a way to save everyone. That's why. So that doesn't make sense. Because if he just did it, he could do his plan right now and win immediately. There's nothing stopping him. There's actually nothing stopping Vecna from doing his plan this second, except for the fact that the show established through Lucas that there is an arbitrary reason to wait. But okay. So we're back, and then we move to Dr. K, who's with her men back at it to this. And whoa, I just had a stroke there. Dr. K and her men are after 11 and Hopper because they have escaped with patient number 8, who was Kali, who is 11's like sister. I really don't like this character. I'm sorry. I hated her in season 2. Like, I just didn't like season 2 at all, and part of it was because of this character. I don't even know how to explain why I don't like her. It's just frustrating because she in season 2, she like kind of was almost a bad influence on 11, and like she took 11 away from our main crew, which was frustrating. I don't know why you would do that. So they were separated for so long. She was the reason that 11 was separated from Hopper and Mike for so long, where it's like, okay, I'd rather see Hopper and 11 and Mike grow their relationship. Why are we watching 11 with this random girl who's like a punk and like a rebel? That's basically her whole character in season 2. She got the colored hair, uh, and I'm pretty sure that season 2, episode 7 is most people's least favorite episode of the entire series, and that's the episode with I can't even remember. It's an episode about Kali and Elle, and most people hate it. Even the cast jokes about it. You can find clips online where they make fun of how that episode is like wildly hated. And what did what did Netflix do? They brought back this character. Okay, fine, whatever Netflix. Sure, let's just go with it. And yeah, so they escape. Dr. K and her men find the room, and look, there's Kali. She's sitting in the thing. Interesting. They didn't take her. The soldiers leave, and Dr. K realizes something. She turns around and she sees that Kali's hand is twitching. She goes to Kali, and it turns out that Kali is projecting an illusion of herself still imprisoned in the upside down military base. Why? Why would you expend your energy doing that? Like, what? It doesn't slow them down. It doesn't slow the military down. You pretending to still be there. They don't care. They just see, oh, she's there, and they continue searching for 11 and Hopper and you. It's weird. I guess I think because the fans, like, they're expecting the fans to have forgotten what her powers are, maybe, and so they wanted her to demonstrate them again for the audience. It just looks dumb. Like, why are you wasting your time and your energy? Whatever. So we see that Hopper, Jane, and Kali are driving off in a Hummer. I guess they have the keys to a Hummer. They got the keys. I guess the military leaves their keys in the Hummers. Okay, sure, show. I'll buy it. They leave. So now we're back with Mike, Will, and everyone, and they find a wounded Lucas in the tunnels, and he's severely wounded. Like, there's blood leaking out of his chest. Like, he is like no good, basically. He's kind of almost like Karen. Like, not as bad. I shouldn't say that. But he's pretty wounded. Like, he's pouring blood, right? Which it doesn't matter later because in literally like 10 minutes he will be fine and operate as normal. I think it's even in this episode or an episode later that he's carrying Max around and kicking Demogorgons. What happened to your wound, man? What happened? The show forgot about it because they're trying to create a fake sense of urgency and a fake sense of drama by having him be wounded for like 10 seconds. So we get the Will has powers speech again. I should have mentioned this before. They keep bringing up that Will is a sorcerer. They say it like 10 times, and it gets so old. They have to keep explaining it, and it's like, can we not? Can we move on? We don't need to keep hearing this anymore. We've heard it 10,000 times. So Will explains again that Vecna has all the kids. Like, he gives the same speech that he gave 5 minutes ago, literally 5 minutes ago. He gives the same speech to Lucas. There's no need to do this. They could have done this off screen. You just have like Will say, I need to break this down, or I need to tell you this, and then you cut to something else. We don't need to keep seeing the same explanations over and over again. But I do think that the show I do think the show genuinely thinks that the audience isn't paying attention because they have so many moments of repeated exposition that you might think that you had rewinded the show. Why? Why do we have to hear the same thing over and over again? Better yet, why do we have to get told the same thing over and over again by the same character with flashbacks? We don't need flashbacks to 5 minutes ago. We just watched it. Do you not think that your fans are paying attention? It's a little disrespectful and insulting, I think, to have, like, why? Whatever. So, Lucas again reiterates his theory that it's all about the November 6th anniversary, in case we forgot, even though we've said this multiple times. We have to say it again in case the audience forgot. And yeah, apparently this anniversary date is just confirmed. They just think it's true, so it is true, which is a common theme in the show. Whatever theory they come up with is usually true, and they just operate like it is, and it happens to be true. I wish real life was always like that. I wish I could just always assume something in it, like specifically. I wish I could say, "Oh, this pot of coffee is gonna automatically brew because I watched a movie about coffee and it reminded me of it. So if I think about this and I put two rocks together, the coffee's gonna start brewing, and then it does." I wish real life was like that. I wish, but too bad. Um, and so Will has another pity party moment. He has like 10,000 pity party moments in this show, and like that's not including his gay speech at which happens later in this season. But he just constantly is like doubting himself and saying how he doesn't. He basically just denies everything he literally does all the time, and it's frustrating. It's one thing to not be confident in yourself, and he's obviously dealing with coming out, which is fine. There's nothing wrong with that. But for him to literally murder a bunch of demogorgons using powers, and then in the next scene say, "I don't have any powers and I didn't do anything and we lost." Stop. Just stop. You're such a pick me. Why are you denying like basic truth? It's not even like what's the word? I can't think of the word. It's just frustrating. Like, shut up. Stop. Just stop it. Joyce also says that he could use his powers on Vecna and not just the Demogorgons. And if Joyce can figure this out, then again, why doesn't Vecna know this? Why doesn't Vecna kill Will? It doesn't make any sense. It's so dumb. I don't know why the writers put Vecna in the previous episode with Will when he could have just killed him. You might as well keep them far apart so we don't have to ask these kinds of questions. Why not have Vecna just broadcast himself into Will's mind to talk to him? Why does he have to go there, talk to him, and then leave? Never answered, never explained. Vecna's just dumb, I guess. So now we are back with Hopper, 11, and 8, and they find Steve's car, the Beamer, which is plugging. It's busted a hole into the flesh wall, and it's like it's plugging it up basically. This is where 11 confronts Hopper about the suicide vest plan, because remember, Hopper's a terrorist. Well, he is a terrorist. He is. And, sorry, he kind of is, though. I'm sorry. So, yeah, she confronts him about the suicide vest, and he tries lying, saying it was a failsafe, which it was a failsafe, technically, and she gets mad saying that it was a failsafe no one knew about, and she's all big and mad. Nothing new there. It kind of goes unresolved. Like, Hopper just kind of believes he's justified, which he kind of is, I guess. I don't know. I don't really know what to think of that weird dynamic with them. We get the same dynamic every season. Friends don't lie. Hopper then lies to her or withholds the truth, and then they get into an argument, and then 11 just does the same thing that Hopper does, and then it's okay. That's the arc with them every season, pretty much. So I don't have much to say about that. It's pretty standard Stranger Things, Hopper, 11 slop. Sorry. It's true. They find out that Nancy and the team left the church where they were supposed to meet up in the Upside Down to go to Hawkins' lab in the Upside Down, the Hawkins' lab Upside Down version, because in the last episode they figured out that everything has to do with Hawkins' lab, which you're telling me they never thought of that ever before? The one place where everything happens might be the place everything still happens at? Okay. Now we are with Nancy and the team of she's with Steve, Jonathan, Dustin, and that's it. Sorry, I forgot. There's so many characters. That's another thing. It's not necessarily just bad because of that, but there's so many characters to keep track of. Like, no wonder the show was set up to be kind of bad. Like, how do you keep track of, like, it's quite the ensemble cast to keep track of, and they're all doing like different things at the same time. Um, and this scene is insane, by the way, what we're about to witness, and it's insane for a multitude of reasons. Pretty insane reasons, I might add. So they're in uh they're they're in Hawkins' lab, and Dustin just comes up with a theory on the spot, per usual in Stranger Things, and he references specifically Star Wars: Return of the Jedi, and he says uh, that in Hawkins' lab there is a shield generator, like in Return of the Jedi, uh, and the shield, it's like creating the wall that's around Hawkins, and he just comes up with that like immediately. Where did you come? What? What are you talking about? How? Like, what? You pulled that out of nowhere. And that's like the most blatant example of characters just theorizing and normally. Okay, in this case, it actually turns out not to be true. And you might say, oh, well, there we go, Zach. You finally had your moment where they were wrong. Yes, but it doesn't serve the purpose of a character being wrong in a show. And I'll explain. Uh, so I'll explain when we get there. Just keep in mind that Dustin's theory is that the Hawkins lab in the Upside Down is housing a shield generator that's creating the flesh wall. He turns out to be wrong, but I'll explain why he's wrong, but it still works. I'll explain when we get there. Um, so he says that they need to find this alleged shield generator, and Steve asks what it looks like, and Dustin says, "quote How would you expect me to know that?" Dustin, my friend, maybe because you just know everything all the time. Why wouldn't Steve expect you to know? What are you talking about? What do you mean? You just came up with this theory immediately on the spot, as you do with every season, like every episode. Of course, he's going to be like, well, what does it look like? Because you know everything all the time. Why would you not? Like, it's just frustrating. It makes characters seem like rude and dumb. Like, what do you mean? Why are you mad at him for asking? Like that's an obvious question to ask. Uh, then we get more love triangle stuff between Steve and Nancy and Jonathan, because they're about to break it up into two groups, or two pairs, I should say. And Steve really wants to be with Nancy and not Dustin, and Jonathan obviously doesn't like that. So they stick with Nancy, Jonathan, and Steve, Dustin, and they go their separate ways. And they're both pairs are pretty upset with each other. Um, I don't get why Dustin and Steve are mad at each other. They're still just mad for really no reason. They're just like angry at each other over everything. It's getting annoying. It's not fun. Like it's on multiple levels. It's annoying. It's annoying because I don't like seeing two characters I love and two characters I love together with such good chemistry, arguing with each other for no reason. It's frustrating. It's also frustrating because if you think about it, they're not arguing for any real reason. There is a reason revealed later, but it's never established. So basically, until episode 7, we're left wondering why they're so mad at each other. So that's frustrating. Um, Now we are back at Vecna's crib, Big V's crib, right? And he's with all the kids, and they're having a gay old time, you know. No pun, no pun intended. And Holly is distracted by all the info that she's heard from Vecna, obviously, because this is all kind of crazy. Her whole world has been thrown around, and then she goes to find Max in the woods to report back. She tells Max everything that Vecna said about using the kids, blah blah blah. And we see that Derek had followed her into the woods. And Holly never noticed, which means, like, just all of this stuff just makes me wonder why Vecna doesn't notice any of this. If Derek can notice Holly leaving, and it's that obvious to Derek, then why is Vecna not aware? It doesn't make any sense. It makes Vecna look dumb. He shouldn't be dumb. He's not supposed to be a dumb character or a dumb villain, but he is. So Derek exposits the last 4 episodes, explaining everything that he did with Mike and the gang. In case we forgot, I know he's telling, he's telling Max and Holly because they don't know. But again, do it off screen. Why do we need to hear every little explanation again? Uh, at least I will say this, at least Derek's charming. And let me just stop here for a brief second. All the kids, like the young kids in this show, are doing their very best, and I think that most, if not all, the kids in this show, like the younger kids, like Holly, Derek, and them, are great. They're great. There's nothing wrong with them at all. There's nothing wrong with their performance at all. So all my criticism is really on the writing. Okay, so I just want to make that clear because I know people are like, "Oh, well, you're being so negative about the show." It's a bad show, and I want to talk about it because I think it's important to talk about this kind of writing so it doesn't keep happening, or at least we can try to stop it from happening. So yeah, Derek exposits everything to Max, so they're all up to date. Now we are back at the squawk. Oh, excuse me. For more ridiculous plans, because we know Stranger Things loves to have ridiculous little plans. So Joy says that they need to have Will go after Vecna instead of the Demogorgons. And she also says there are no bad ideas for plans, which is pretty funny since all of their ideas are basically bad and they just work because the show needs them to work. So again, we get explained to that Will is a sorcerer because we have to tell everyone again, and we have to remind the audience multiple times. For some reason, I don't get it. It's so weird. That's an example of maybe where ChatGPT came in. Maybe they didn't realize that ChatGPT was repeating itself. I don't know. It's weird. It's so weird the amount of copy and paste exposition there is. A little suspicious. So Joyce suggests that they build another telemetry thing like the van has, the thing that they were using to track Hopper in the Upside Down. And Mike says that Dustin built it and no one else knows how. So you're telling me that over the last almost 2 years, they never kept instructions. Dustin never taught anyone how to build it. He never wrote anything down. It doesn't make any sense. Especially because later in I think it's episode 7 or 8, we see that Mike can build bombs like C4. So he can build bombs in C4 from nothing and just know how to do that, but he can't figure out Dustin's stuff. I know it's two different technologies, but the level of intelligence and know-all with these characters is so inconsistent. Why does Mike know how to build bombs, first of all? When did he learn how to do that? And then why can't his... It doesn't make any sense to me. Everyone just can do things and not do things when the show needs, and there's no stakes. Robin suggests driving... Okay, this is also crazy. So Robin then suggests that they drive Will around like a human antenna, which is similar to what they did earlier with her plan originally in the episodes where they deceived Joyce. And Will looks at her in disgust and says, "What?" So this leads me to believe that Will is absolutely stupid because they literally did this. They did this and it worked because it had to work, but it worked. And he's now saying that her idea is dumb even though they did the idea and it technically worked out for them. Why is he then what? You just did that and it worked. So why are you acting like it's a stupid idea? Did you forget? The writers probably did. It makes no sense. It's so weird. Characters say weird things. Like they'll do something and then later someone will mention the very thing they did and then they'll act disgusted or confused. Did you forget? Did you get dropped on your head? I don't understand. It's so weird. So we get to another epiphany scene, one of the many big epiphany scenes. Murray asks if anyone else is hungry. This gives us a little break from the planning. Excuse me. And oh my god, I can't believe I'm about to explain this. So we get cuts to everyone eating their food. A little bit of ad placement, I think. I don't know. It's all 80s food, so maybe that doesn't even exist anymore. But we see Lucas putting popcorn in the microwave, and we see Erica eating and looking at a newspaper on the wall. Lucas watches the popcorn pop, and he gets a little light bulb moment. And this cuts in with Erica seeing Mr. Clark in the science teacher in a newspaper article on the wall, and then she gets the little light bulb, and then they run into the room at the same time saying, "Guys, I have an idea." Stop doing this. Find a new way to figure stuff out. Why? Why do we have to do the same crap every single episode? It's so annoying. And now they're just doubling down by making everyone come up with an idea at the same time. Oh my god. It's so bad. It's like, okay, so if you didn't see the newspaper on the wall, then you're screwed. If you didn't happen to make popcorn, then you were screwed. What if you chose Doritos? It would probably still work. The writers would figure out some dumb way of making it work. So Lucas's idea is he sees. This is what he says, by the way. His line is, "When I was heating up popcorn, I thought about Billy in the sauna. We were heating him up." What? So this is what your train of thought was. Popcorn and microwave equals heating up, which means sauna with leads you to sauna with Billy, which leads you to mind flayer particles waking up, which leads you to using the radio tower and the 50,000 watts to revive a Demogorgon. Like, what? To revive it? Like, what are you talking about? How did you get any of that from watching Popcorn Pop? I'm sorry. That's insane. I know I'm not Lucas, so maybe I'm not thinking the same way, but Jesus Christ. They just look at anything and everything, anything that they look at. I have an idea, and it works every time. Like, his idea ends up working perfectly. There's no struggle. Are we crazy? Are we insane? This is not okay. And Erica's plan is, oh my god, I'm already dying. Since she saw Mr. Clark in the newspaper, she figures, oh well, why not just go to Dustin's mentor, Mr. Clark, and he can help us build a telemetry tracker to find Dustin. I guess that makes sense. Sure, it makes more sense than Lucas's plan. I just think it's crazy that they both happen to come up with plans immediately. Like, they go to break for their snack, and like 2 minutes later, they have a plan immediately, and at the same time. Craziness, guys. It's crazy. I just don't. I don't understand how no one was like, isn't this a little bit like over the top? How they were able to do this? I guess not. I guess no one thought about it. I think it's crazy, personally. But let us not waste time, I guess. So, yeah, Murray points out their plans have flaws, which is like the thing they do every time. Like, I hate this show. It's every scene is the same scene, basically, with a different skin. Every scene is the same scene with a different skin. You have character explain something by seeing random object or random person or hearing random line. Character then thinks of brilliant idea that has a lot of problems. Character B explains why that plan doesn't work. Character A says it doesn't matter or I don't know, and then plan works. And this is the copy and paste formula for the entirety of Stranger Things. And it's embarrassing. This is not good writing at all. This is not good writing, especially when you have these copy and paste scenes one after the other constantly. It's like mind numbing. I don't know. I don't know how people watch this and think it's good. I truly don't understand. Maybe I'm cursed. I don't know. I don't understand how you could watch this and get any kind of enjoyment out of seeing the same scenes with skins over them over and over and over and over and over again constantly. Like, dear Lord. I'm sorry. Like, what are we talking about? Okay. So, we're back at Hawkins' lab in the Upside Down. Dustin and Steve are looking for the shield generator, and they're still arguing. And Steve finally says something that I can get behind, actually. He says, Dustin is like going on his own way after getting really mad at Steve. And Steve says, "Good luck finding your shield generator. I mean treasure. I mean made up bullshit." Yes, you're right, Steve. It is made up, and it is like what? It's all made up. Everything is made up. He should be saying this all the time. Thank you, finally, for saying something that I can get behind. Um, it's just funny because the show periodically has little gems, like little lines like this that point out just how bad the show is. But the show doesn't catch them as legitimate points. The show is using it as an example of why Steve's being a bad friend or whatever, when it's actually a valid point. But the show is never going to admit that. It's never going to admit it. Sorry, my mic's a little too far away. Is this better? Let's see. That's a little better, right? Yeah. A little better, I think, audio wise. Let's see here. Let's see here. Okay. So now we're with Nancy and John. Yes, Nancy and Jonathan. And Jonathan says, I'm starting to worry Dustin might be wrong this time. And here's the thing. So if you'll, like, notice this. So usually whenever Dustin comes up with a plan, right? He's correct and everyone goes along with his plan. But suddenly everyone around Dustin is not okay with his plan and is questioning it, which is a little abnormal for the show. Steve questions it, and then Jonathan tells Nancy that he's not even sure about Dustin's plan. Spoiler alert, Dustin does prove to be wrong. And this is like the first time that he is wrong. But it turns out that if him being wrong actually helps other characters, it ends up helping Eleven and Hopper and Callie, and it ends up all being fine in the end, and no one gets hurt, and there are no consequences. So this is the show, again, trying to create stakes, but there are really no stakes when you get to the meat of it. There's never any real consequence, and everything is actually everything that came out of Dustin's mistake actually betters the team's position. So it's a net positive. So the show is allergic to having characters make mistakes that are net negatives. It's allergic to it. It can't do it. It'll never have a character make a mistake that is negative and have that character actually suffer the consequences of it and then learn from it. And we'll see this later on with particularly Max and Holly. Max is a terrible person. We'll get to that point. But this is an example of the show, like I said, being allergic to having characters suffer consequences and learning from their actions. We can't have that. We can't have the show do that, right? Nah. Let us get back into it, though. So, Nancy and Jonathan argue. It's part of the love triangle stuff. It's about Steve, and they're all upset. Blah, 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 blah. It's pretty standard. There's nothing, like, really wrong here. It's just, I don't think it's, on a subjective level, I don't think that the love triangle is very interesting. And I've already gotten into that in the last stream. I just don't understand why Steve is suddenly into Nancy again. I thought he was over Nancy, but I guess not. This is a hot take. I don't think that Jonathan and Nancy have great chemistry. And yes, I know that they're together in real life. And yes, I know that the stunt doubles are somehow together too. And then apparently the not ADR, someone else, a part of their dynamic is together. Yes, I know that they're together in real life. I don't think it comes out on the screen at all. Sorry, that's a personal thing, or it's more subjective. I don't think that their acting abilities, not that they're bad, I just don't think that they mesh well on the camera. But, so yeah, Jonathan and them argue. They kind of go their separate ways, similar to Dustin and Steve. And then Jonathan finds a melted door handle. How interesting. How strange. What could this mean? What could this be? So then we cut back to Hopper and Eleven and Collie. They can't reach Nancy or the group who are supposed to be at the church. to meet them. Sorry, I lost my notes. And then 11 apologizes to Kali for not searching for her. I mean, I don't care about that, but and I don't think most of the audience cares. But we have to get an explanation, which is true. We do need an explanation. Why did she stop looking for her? And her reasoning is that she was too afraid to find her. What does that even mean? What? Like to find her dead, or to find her? Like, what do you mean by that? That's a weird thing to say. Um, but we move on. That's the only explanation we get from 11. I was too afraid to find you. Okay, sure. Uh, and it turns out that Kali actually knew about Henry, but I guess she never mentioned him. That's because the show was not thinking that this far ahead. But whatever. And then Kali gives an exposition accompanied by flashbacks. Get used to that for the remainder of the show, by the way. Just endless flashbacks with endless exposition constantly. We learned that apparently her friends were killed by the government and she was taken by Dr. K. Uh, sure, okay. And we learned that Dr. K was using Kali for her. Sorry, I keep saying Holly. I don't know why. Or Hallie. My bad. Kali explains that Dr. K needed a lot of her blood, and we get left on a little cliffhanger that if she knew what was on the other side of her door, she would never have left. Ooh, spooky. I wonder what that could mean. So now we're back in Big V's mind, Big Vecna's mind. Derek doesn't even. So excuse me, we're with Derek now, and Derek just wanders into the woods in front of a bunch of kids, and they're obviously like, "You're not supposed to go in there." Vecna or Henry, Mister What's-It, said you're not supposed to go in there because there are monsters, and Derek is just dumb and does it anyways. I still can't figure out if he's purposefully doing that. Okay, I'll continue. So he just does that recklessly, and they tell Mister What's-It, aka Vecna. Then we cut to Max, and Holly's asking if Holly's asking if Derek's gonna get hurt by Vecna, and Max says that Derek is the bait for Vecna, and that as long as he reaches the cave, he'll be fine. This is the beginning of my absolute hatred for Max as a character. I'm sorry, she's an awful person, absolutely terrible person. She uses Derek for bait. He's a child, and And she doesn't tell him, and we find out that she's using Holly as well. But we'll get to that. It's insane. She like Holly's genuinely wondering, is Derek gonna be okay? And she doesn't really have a clue. She just is telling Holly that he'll be fine, which we find out that he gets traumatized by Vecna. So that's your fault, Max. Once again. And Max tells Holly that they can trace their steps back to Vecna's first. They can trace their steps back to Vecna's first memory of finding Holly, and that's how they're gonna make it out of the Vecna mind. I don't even understand why. I guess because that's where the mind starts, or the memory starts, so that's where the gate is. Sure, whatever show, I'll believe you. You win that one. So that's their plan. They're gonna trace their way back to find the gate to escape. Now we are back at the Squawk with a montage of the gang building their ridiculous contraption to bring the Demogorgon back to life. Which this plan works, like I said, because every plan they come up with has to work. Oh, excuse me, I don't know why I'm yawning so much. Good lord. Oh, sorry. What happened? Oh, there we are. Sorry about that. Again, I'm sorry there's no content up here to scroll through. I really like doing that, but I can't. And I want to talk about this show. I need to get it done. I need to get it done for my sanity. So yeah, they can't build Dustin's telemetry thing. Telemetry device, like I said, and oh my god, Excuse me. Will and Robin have a moment where they talk about the big gay, which is that's just funny. It's true. It's just funny. It's fine. There's nothing wrong with it. I just think it's funny. Um, there's nothing really wrong about it. Like I said in the last stream, everything with Robin and Will talking about like coming out as gay and all that is fine. There's really nothing wrong with that stuff. It's with like the main story that there are the problems. So she tells Will that she actually came out to Steve first, which shocks Will because Steve is like he was kind of the jock jerk guy. Um, and they're preparing to turn on the Demogorgon. Now we're back again with Max and Holly. Stop yawning! Oh my god. Max looks for anything out of place that will be hard to find. Or she says to, oh my god. Max tells Holly that to find to trace their steps, they have to find things that look out of place or that shouldn't belong where they are, but it'll also be hard to find. And those are usually the gates to getting through different memories. And then Holly immediately finds a door. She points and there's a giant door in the middle of a field. Damn it. I wish I had the visual for this. It's so funny. They're walking in this field as Max is explaining it to her, and they both don't see the door. And then Holly looks and it's there. No struggle. They find it immediately. Like, what? Okay. I just don't understand. I don't understand! Sorry. The show is just ridiculous. So yeah, they find the door immediately. There's no struggle, and they get to the first memory of Vecna seeing a Holly, and Henry looks like a freak. I'm sorry, it's a little weird. He's like stalking these kids. It's just weird. It's a weird visual. There's nothing like wrong with it objectively, but it's strange. So then we're back with Steve in the Upside Down, and he's still arguing with Dustin, and we still really don't know why. Again, there's never an established reason, either privately or with the characters, of why Steve and Dustin are mad at each other. They're just upset with each other, and it's frustrating. At least to me. I would like to know why one of them is mad, but nah, we don't get a reason. They just argue with each other for the sake of the plot. So Steve ends up blaming everything on Dustin, which is a little crazy. He blames losing Hopper in 11 on Dustin, even though, yes, it was kind of on Dustin's fault that he got beat up, yeah, but to blame everything on him is a little crazy. They did the plan without him. They could have waited. They technically could have waited, but they didn't. And then Dustin brings up Eddie and says that Steve is a fake friend and that Eddie was better than him, which is pretty crazy to say considering that Steve has consistently stuck his neck out for Dustin and all the kids since like season 1 and 2. And then what? Eddie was in one season and they didn't even know Eddie as long as Steve. I'm sorry. Steve is a better friend than Eddie was. I'm sorry. It's true. I don't know what Dustin is talking about. This is ridiculous. That doesn't make any sense to me. I still, at this point, this all feels like contrived. I don't know why they're arguing about this. We find out later why, but when you have, okay, if you're going to have two characters arguing with each other like this throughout the whole season, and it's like a B or C plot, you need to lay out the foundation for the argument first. And I'm not saying like both characters need to know why they're mad at each other or why the other is mad at them, but the audience should have some kind of idea so we can see where the tension is coming from. Like some idea, not explicitly necessarily, but the foundation should be laid out. There's no foundation that's ever laid out for why they're really mad at each other. They just are, and then later on it's established why. But then if you look back on all their arguments, none of them relate to the reason that they're mad at each other. So that's just bad writing. Bad writing. So Dustin also calls Steve an idiot because he can't solve a Rubik's Cube and all these other things. And then Steve says, if I'm such an idiot, then why am I the one still standing? Yikes, that's crazy. That's so mean to say to poor little Dustin, man. So Dustin obviously gets really, really mad about this, and they end up fighting. Dustin throws the Rubik's Cube into Steve's face, which is pretty. That's kind of crazy. That's a crazy thing to do. I'm sorry. And they fight, which leads to Dustin dropping and breaking his walkie-talkie. Okay. Which will come in later, obviously. And then Steve doesn't want to fight. So Steve is the real one here, and he doesn't want to fight. Poor little Dustin. Once again, Steve proves to be kind of the better friend here. He even though Dustin threw a Rubik's cube at his head and it hit him, and he's like beating him up, Steve is still reluctant to fight him, which I like that. That's fine. There's a good thing that they did with Steve's character. I don't think Steve's character ever gets too compromised in this season. Well, besides him going after Nancy, which is a little weird. So Steve leaves Dustin, and then Dustin, luckily their fight led Dustin to a room where he finds all of Dr. Brenner's work. And Dr. Brenner, if you don't remember, he's the first doctor guy in the first season. So he stumbles into the room and he finds all of Dr. Brenner's work, and half of his work looks exactly like Dustin's map, coincidentally, which is kind of crazy that Dustin, a high schooler, has the same notes as the 60-year-old doctor who's dedicated his life to this project. That's a little crazy. I don't know. I'm not buying it. I'm sorry. I know Dustin's smart, but come on. How does he have the same types of notes as the doctor? What? No way. So then we cut back to Nancy and Jonathan, and they're searching through the melted lab, and they find all these melted dead soldiers, and it looks like Chernobyl. They even comment about how it looks like a nuclear site, and they're it's pretty gruesome. These soldiers are melted up. Oh, I see. Oh, there's someone watching. So to the audience, the person out there watching, there's no content on the screen because my Netflix account is not working. I apologize. There's no reference footage, but you can watch me, and I'll explain everything in great detail. So I apologize for that. It should be up and running next week. Anywho, yeah, they're finding all these dead, melted soldiers, and they're getting closer to the shield generator that Dustin spoke of. And now we are moving on to 11 and Kali, and Kali is explaining her time in Dr. K's lab to 11. So we're still in Kali's flashbacks and everything, getting a big old exposition dump. So it turns out that we learn from Kali that Dr. K was actually infusing a bunch of pregnant women with Kali's blood so that they could create more mutants like her and 11. So we basically learned that she was restarting Dr. Brenner's program. And here's something interesting. So Kali explains that that infusing all of her blood was killing the women, but there's no proof of this. They look sick, yes, and we see that they look pretty sick, but there's no proof that they're dying. So that's a little weird. And eventually Callie goes on to basically tell 11 that it's their mission now, that they have to destroy the lab and destroy everything, including themselves, which I think is a little crazy. You're assuming that these women are dying, which we don't know if they are. She doesn't know if they are, and her plan is to just suicide bomb and kill themselves, which is a little bit crazy. There's not really a reason that they can't go out and live quiet, normal lives. I mean, we know at the end of the show that 11 probably does, so it's a little strange. But this whole section with Kali is just designed so that Hopper gets mad at 11 for wanting to do the suicide plan that he was going to do. She goes on to tell 11 that all of the mutant kids, including her, were pale imitations of Henry except for 11, which I don't know if I feel like Kali's power to be able to create visions for people that look completely real of entire environments and people is not a pale imitation. That's a pretty nifty power. I don't know. She's pretty strong. That's a crazy cool power. So that's a little weird that she's downgrading her powers so much. Yeah, she's basically trying to convince Eleven that Eleven and her need to die along with Vecna, and so that's the big dilemma for Eleven to face is whether or not to suicide kamikaze herself like Hopper was going to do. And then Hopper walks into the room, and she obviously doesn't tell Hopper any of this because that would be really bad. Nothing truly wrong with that scene. I just think it's weird that Kylie is assuming all these pregnant women are dying, and then her first thought is we have to we have to destroy the lab with all these women. It's a little dark. I don't know. That's pretty messed up. I think it's messed up. Let me know if I'm crazy. Now we get back with Derek, who is in the woods, and he has a map to the cave where Max is. And remember, Max said that Derek is bait for Vecna, by the way. So Max is just carelessly playing with Derek's life. She is a terrible person. Max is an absolutely terrible person. Um, yeah, and Vecna finds Derek, and his eyes are like popping out of his head. He's sweating. He is mad. And he grabs the map that Max gave him, and then he shows Derek a vision of his dead parents on the ground and his dead sister and says that that's what's going to happen to them if he doesn't show him where Max is. Like, Max, you just got this kid into a world of trouble. Now he's traumatized because he's seeing I wish I had the visual, but it's a vision of his parents dead on the ground, like cold, lifeless bodies with no eyes, like blood coming out of their eyes, and it's his sister as well. And this is all on Max. Sorry, it's all on Max. It just is. It's Max's fault, and as we continue with the rest of this season, you'll realize that pretty much everything Max does is selfish, and it gets other people in trouble or almost killed. It's crazy. But the show doesn't know that this is the case. The show thinks that Max is doing good stuff and that this isn't her fault. Because that's that's the theme of the show, is that nothing is anyone's fault. It's crazy. So now we're back with Max and Holly, and they're traveling through Vecna's memories. And again, they have to travel to the first memory that Vecna had of Holly, and that's supposed to be where the escape out of Vecna's head is. So Holly has like Vietnam flashbacks, basically like PTSD, because they find the memory where her mom gets almost murdered by the Demogorgon, and they keep traveling. And now we're back at the Squawk, where they have a Demogorgon corpse, and they tie it down, and so it's ready to be reanimated using the voltage from the tower. Again, this is just a plan that Lucas happened to come up with because he saw popcorn getting popped. Like, what? How? I still don't understand. And what do you know? It works. Their plan works without a hitch. And Will tries connecting, and that works too. So the plan, I won't go through the whole plan because it's super confusing, but they basically reanimate a dead Demogorgon using the radio tower at the Squawk, and then Will uses the partially living Demogorgon to see into Vecna's head, and it just works. The first plan they come up with, it works. And he finds out that Vecna is looking for Holly, and then he reveals that Max is with Holly. So now our whole main crew knows that Max is with Holly. They don't know that they're in Vecna's mind per se, but they know that Max is with Holly now. Luckily, because their plan happened to work instantly the first time. It's crazy. It's crazy. And now we come back to Max and Holly again. And they're witnessing what happened to Karen. Like I said, Holly says, well, why didn't I try to save my mom? You're like 8 years old. Like, what? I'm sorry. I know it's sad. And I know that it's like, okay, yeah, you'd want to do something for your mom, but you're like 8. What do you expect you're going to do? So, it's just funny. And then Max basically tells her it's not her fault. And this line, I hate this line. It comes back like every episode. It's not your fault. Character number 1 says to character number 2. It's constant. It's not your fault. It's not your fault. But it is half the time. I'm not. It's not Holly's fault here, but half the time the show gets it wrong. It's like a broken clock is right twice a day, or once a day. I don't remember, but you know what I'm saying. Like sometimes they get it right. Like yeah, it's not Holly's fault here, but the later they do it with Max when it is her fault. The show is inconsistent with its message, and it constantly gets stuff wrong. I just don't understand. Um, so they make it to the last like part of Vecna's memory of Holly, and they get to this big red plane of existence, which it basically looks like hell. That's basically where they are. They're in hell, and um, Holly looks absolutely horrified, and she says to Max, "This does not look like the way out," and she's on the brink of tears. And Max, and then she this is crazy. She says that, then she looks at Max and says, "Are you sure you're not the monster?" And Max looks at her and says, "Pretty sure." I know this is supposed to be like them having a funny moment, but that's terrifying. You just took this this little girl is placing her trust in you. You took her to what looks like hell, and then you're being all weird and cheeky with her. That's crazy. That's insane. I'm sorry. That's crazy. Max is just that's not a good thing to do. You should be reassuring this little girl who's terrified. What are you doing? It's not funny. The show is not funny. Uh so they are about to leave. They're about to enter the red plane of existence, and the door shuts. Oh my gosh. What could that mean? It turns out that Vecna is there. Vecna found them because he found Derek, which was not part of Max's plan, which her plan was dumb. I don't even know what her plan was. Why not just take... They could have taken Derek to the cave the first time they were with Derek. Why did she have to give him a map? Whatever. The show doesn't care, so I guess we won't talk about that anymore. So Vecna he's in Henry form right now, but he slowly changes into his evil, nasty looking Vecna form, which terrifies Holly. He grabs Max, and instead of instant killing her, he just takes his sweet time. Even though Max has been in his head for 2 years, mind you. 2 years he's been trying to get to Max, and he takes his sweet time here, and of course he doesn't kill her. And then Holly grabs a fire poker, which she doesn't do anything with. And then, suddenly, Will takes control of Vecna's mind. Because he's using the reanimated Demogorgon. So he takes control of Vecna's mind and stops him from killing Max. And then, Will breaks Vecna's leg. Which, I don't even understand what this means. So, he breaks his leg, and then Max and Holly escape. But let's pause here for just a second. Let's just pause here for just a second. How does this work? Aren't Max and... So Max and Holly are in Vecna's mind, and then Vecna is in a mind, like an avatar body in his own mind, and that somehow Will breaks his leg in his own mind? How does that work? How come Vecna can't just heal his leg in his own mind? Doesn't he control his mind? It's his mind. This doesn't make any sense. And then because in the following scene, he's chasing Holly and Max, and he's limping. But you're in your own head. Why are you limping in your own head? Does that mean, like, Will hurt your brain physically, and it's manifesting itself as a broken leg in your mind? It doesn't make any sense. It's so confusing, because we know that this isn't physical Vecna, because physical Vecna is tied up to the Mind Flayer thing. So, it's just confusing. I don't understand, and the show will never explain it, unfortunately. And then Vecna sees Will and throws Will back and stops him from interfering in his mind, which causes a lot of problems. So Vecna can sense Will doing this from the overworld, but he couldn't sense Will murdering all the Demogorgons. That doesn't make sense. Again, Vecna just chooses, like, his powers change according to what the show needs them to be, which is inconsistent, which is not great. I'm sorry, it's not great for your show, and it's not great for your villain when your villain's powers are bad or good depending on the scene. He should be consistently good if he has strong powers like this. Why is he not using them more? It makes your characters look dumb. It makes Vecna look dumb. But Vecna's not, he's not a dumb guy. So why is he being dumb? What a bummer. It's a bummer. I don't know how no one caught this. Well, I mean, they didn't write the whole thing. Remember, I forgot. They filmed without finishing the script. So maybe that's why. Uh, Anyways, so we're back to the Upside Down with Nancy and Jonathan, and they're in the melted plasticky area of Hawkins' lab again, and they reached the roof, and that's where the most melted stuff is. And I have to say, the XR stage here looks really bad. Like the CGI just does not look real. I'm sorry, it just doesn't look real. I don't know why they couldn't. I don't know. Green screen just looks better than this. I have to say, I don't know why it looks so bad. But it does. And they find out here that they find the alleged shield generator that Dustin mentioned, and it's this big sphere of energy. At first, it's invisible, kind of, but it's sitting like just above the roof of Hawkins' lab. And then we cut to Dustin, who's still going through Dr. Brenner's work, and he finds out that his theory is completely wrong. And how is he understanding the notes? How does he know how to read Dr. Brenner's notes that probably aren't written in layman's terms and are probably super like heavy in academic language if they're like academic notes? So I don't know how Dustin is reading these and understanding. Maybe Dustin is smart enough. I don't buy that he's able to understand all of this perfectly. But he does, and he desperately is trying to get in contact with Jonathan and Nancy to stop them from shooting the shield generator, which was the initial plan. He's freaking out. Nancy prepares to shoot, and she shoots right after Dustin is freaking out, saying that everyone will die if she shoots it. She shoots. That's the end of the episode. Again, how does Dustin know any of this? We just have to assume that he can read all of the stuff that Dr. Brenner wrote in his notes. So that is the end of episode 5. Let's see, how long did that take, actually? Let's see what the average is. Hour and a half. Okay, it took me an hour. Took me an hour and a half to get through episode 1. Okay, that's better than 2 hours, I guess, right? Hold on, let me see something. Does this one work? Oh my god, it does. There we go. The other title card worked. We are on episode 6. So let's get to episode 6. So we cut right back into the action here in episode 6. Dustin is running to the roof to stop Nancy from shooting the sphere. Again, she shot it. It turns red and evil like it's about to explode. It explodes and sends this massive shockwave from the lab across all of Hawkins. And Eleven and Hopper and Callie even see it. And it hits the wall. And then we cut away, left in suspense. So we cut from that. And now, we cut to Mr. Clark, who is the science teacher, if you forgot. He's Dustin's mentor. And he's getting woken up at like 5 in the morning. He opens the door, and it's Erica, Lucas' sister, and Murray. And obviously, Mr. Clark is confused because he doesn't know he has no idea about anything, so he's confused. And the first thing that she says to him is, "I need a telemetry tracker." Obviously, he's like, "What are you talking about?" And Murray and her just make fun of him at the door until he's about to slam the door, and then Erica mentions that Dustin is in danger. I can't stand this formula for the show that they have to do. They did it with Erica, actually, in the last stream that I talked about in one of those episodes. When they had to get Erica to do something, they didn't lead with the important information. So it's just frustrating. Like, why are our characters, like, if you need a favor from someone, do you ever go up to them, give them a random unreasonable favor for them to do for you, then not explain what it is, and then make fun of them, and then at the very last second explain why you need them to do the favor and it's actually really important. No, you lead with why it's important first, typically. And in this case, it's Dustin being in life or death situation. So why didn't they lead with that? It's not fun and games. They say that it's not fun and games basically in this scene, but it is because the show needs to have their funny moment. It's not funny. It makes your characters look like bad people. They're just playing around with Dustin's life by risking like alienating the one person who can help them find him. Why? It's not funny, it's not smart, it's bad writing. But again, the show is begging and pleading that you don't think about the dialogue too much or what is actually happening on the screen. Uh, yeah, I don't understand why they don't lead with important information first. They never do. So yeah, they recruit him, and then we cut back to Dustin and Steve in the Upside Down. And so after the explosion, Dustin tells Steve that he was wrong about the shield generator, and then we get we get a flashback of him looking at the notes. We just saw this. Why do we keep doing this? Stop showing us stuff we just saw. It's so weird. And then yeah, he explains how that he figured out that the sphere of energy is actually a gravitational generator that's holding the flesh wall between Hawkins, the Upside Down, and the Abyss. He just figured that out from the notes somehow. You'd think that these notes would be crazy long and extensive, and they wouldn't all just have all the information right at the ready, but I guess they do, luckily for them. So he figures it out. And then he explains that on the either side of the flesh wall around Hawkins, there's nothing. It's basically just empty multiverse space stuff. Meanwhile, 11, Callie, and Hopper, they had just witnessed the explosion, and they see Steve's car that was stuck in the wall. It gets sucked through a hole, which creates a vacuum pull. And so everything in Hawkins starts getting pulled into this hole in the flesh wall, right? Everything, like gravestones get pulled out, houses are getting pulled out, but our characters don't they don't budge. Like, what? You can't do that. You can't have buildings getting ripped out of the ground by this vacuum, but then Hopper and 11 and Callie are fine. They're not getting pulled or tugged on at all. What is that? What? Come on. I'm not buying that. That's ridiculous. Am I crazy? I don't understand how no one thought on set while they were filming this. Like, doesn't it not make sense that they're not getting pulled in? I guess not. I guess no one thought about it. In this actually, okay. Not only do they not get pulled in, but the vacuum actually helps them. So it pulls everything, and then they don't get hurt. And then the debris pulls up. Or not the debris, sorry. The vacuum actually pulls up debris from the ground, which reveals a gate to real Hawkins. Real lucky. The gate that happens to get revealed happens to be next to our main characters. Really lucky again. And they use this to escape. So, boy oh boy. This is like the main point of why I have a problem with Dustin actually being wrong about his theory. And like I said, you might be thinking, well, Zach, your whole problem is that their theories are always right. Isn't it good that the show is having Dustin be wrong? I would say yes, except for the fact that, like I said, him being wrong actually helps all of the characters. It helps 11, Hopper, and Callie, because if it weren't for Dustin being wrong and Nancy didn't shoot the sphere, then the vacuum wouldn't have opened up, which wouldn't have opened the gate for them to get out of the Upside Down. So that's a net positive for one group of our characters. It also gives Jonathan and Nancy the chance to talk about their feelings and rectify all their problems, which we will get to in a second. And the vacuum just mysteriously plugs up. They never show it, and it's never a problem ever again. So Dustin being wrong and making a mistake doesn't have any real consequences, and in fact is a good thing. So that's not really a true mistake. Like, yeah, he was wrong, but he doesn't learn anything from being wrong because him being wrong helped everyone, and there was no consequences, so it didn't force him to rethink his actions at all. He thinks about it for 2 seconds and moves on. Like if someone actually got killed because he was wrong, then okay, sure, yeah, then that's him learning from his mistakes and like, oh my god, I got someone killed because I didn't think hard enough or I didn't actually prove my theory was correct. But nah, we don't get any of that. He's just it just works out like everything in the show. And that's my main gripe with him getting this wrong because it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. So we learn Dustin tells Steve that the Upside Down is actually a wormhole. It's a gap, like a bridge between their world, the Upside Down, and the Abyss. So it's totally different than what they've thought for the last 10 years in show, like real showtime, but a couple years within the actual show. And then we cut back to Max and Holly, who are escaping wounded Vecna. So they make it all the way back to the cave through all the memories, and Vecna's still limping. Like I said, how come he's limping when it's his own mind? He's not even physically hurt. I don't understand that. And then Vecna tells Holly that if she doesn't give herself up, he will kill her new friend Max, and Max's life is in her hands. So, okay, sure. Maybe this is he's trying to appeal to Holly's emotions here by threatening to kill Max, but why not threaten to kill her mom? Because Holly doesn't actually know what happened to her mom at all. She doesn't know if she's okay. She doesn't know where she is. So, and Vecna should know that. So why doesn't Vecna lie and tell Holly that he has her mom, and that if Holly doesn't listen to him, her mom and her dad will die? That would definitely get her to come out of that damn cave. She barely knows Max. She met Max like 2 days ago. I'm sure she cares for her a bit, but not as much as her mom and dad, so why not use her mom and dad as leverage? Why use Max, the friend she made 2 days ago? Come on, Vecna. Come on, man. You gotta you gotta be a little smarter than that, man. That doesn't make any sense. Yeah, that just boggled my mind. I thought Vecna would have been smarter, but he's not. So, we cut away from that scene, and we read a title card that reads November 6th, so that we're reminded again that it's the arbitrary anniversary of when they took Will, or when he took Will. For some reason, he has to do his world-ending stuff on that day for no real reason other than Lucas saying it. And we're back at the Squawk with the dead Demogorgon. So Will is the big sleepy tisms after using all of his powers and using the big yay to hurt Vecna. And he's basically not speaking and he's sleeping at this point. So Lucas is freaking out and he's listing everything we just saw and saying that it makes no sense. Oh my god, stop, show. You can't do that. And then oh my god, it's just crazy. Like, you're telling us stuff we just saw like in this episode, and then you're telling us how none of it makes sense. Why is that in your script? It's so weird. It's just so weird. And then Robin figures out immediately that Max is in Vecna's head. You might be thinking to yourself, viewer out there, how does Robin know that Max is in Vecna's head? There's no way to actually know that. Like, how? That's crazy. Because to our characters, Max is just in a coma after the events of season 4, right? And yes, Will said that he saw Max, but they only know that Holly is in the Upside Down, right? They don't know that Holly is in Vecna's mind. They don't know about Vecna's mind realm. So for Robin to just assume that they're in Vecna's head is kind of crazy. But let me explain how she figures this out. So she figures out that Holly and Max are in Vecna's mind, and then she suddenly figures out that his mind is like a prison, and then she figures out that Max and Holly are making a prison break from his mind, and then if they do, they will return to their bodies. And I thought there was an explanation. There isn't one. There's not even like her. The closest thing to no, it's not an explanation. She uses records and a bin to demonstrate her theory, but she never explains how she came to this conclusion. She just thinks of it. Like, what? How? It's not even Dustin. Dustin's at least like the smartest one there. That's crazy. I don't understand. Uh Oh my god, it's killing me. So yeah, she figures it out. The writers imbue her with powers and the ability to know everything. Um and then Mike tells Robin to take Joyce's car to the hospital with Lucas. They don't ask Joyce, they just take her car, which is crazy. And throughout the rest of the episodes, Joyce never finds out, or she just doesn't care. No one ever tells her. We never see it, at least. That's kind of insane. And now we're back inside Will's head. So, we find out that he's trapped in the upside down world in his mind. We don't, how? What does that mean? Is he in Vecna's mind? Is he in the upside down? Where, like, what are we doing? What is this? What are we doing, show? There's nothing makes sense. It's so hard to keep track of. So, and then Vecna's monologuing, saying, and we're in the same place that we were during the retcon scene that we had in the first episode of season 5. And Vecna tells Will that he was his spy, and he tells Will that he built all the tunnels in Hawkins. None of this information about the tunnels is relevant to anything, by the way. He just tells him that. I guess so the audience can think that stuff. It's just linking the old other seasons to this season for no reason. There's no reason that Vecna would tell Will any of this. Why is he telling him about the tunnels from season 2 that have nothing, literally like nothing to do with this season? Yes, the gang uses the tunnels, but why would Vecna talk about the tunnels now? He has no use for them. Doesn't matter. And then we cut to real Vecna, who's plugged into this giant flesh palace in the abyss. And it's got like a heartbeat and stuff. It's the Mind Flayer. Spoiler alert. It's the Mind Flayer, we find out. Oh my god. Will tells Vecna he won't be able to make his new world because Max has Holly. So he tells Vecna things he already knows so that we can also hear the same stuff that we already know. More exposition, in case you forgot the stuff you just watched again. And then Vecna tells Will that he will be his spy again. And Vecna gives Will the big tism and makes them all scared and angry. We cut back to Max and Holly. And Holly is using the broken telescope. I wonder if this broken cap will be important. And Max tells Holly that the new plan is to wait until 11 saves them. Holly does not like this plan, and she even said, because it's uncertain. Based Holly, they don't know anything. Max is just guessing again. So based Holly moment. And Holly asks why Vecna can't come into the cave. Max says, I don't know. But she does know. She comes up with a theory immediately after this. Holly says, you've had 2 years in here to do with nothing to do. You must have a theory. Based Holly moment number 2. She's spitting so much facts right now. Like, what? Max is so annoying in this season. She sucks. Max sucks. I'm sorry. Sorry. No, she sucks. She's terrible. Then, yeah, she's just rude to Holly for no reason. After Holly's the only one trying to be positive and figuring out anything. And so Max says that the cave is a memory that he doesn't want to face. But she doesn't know why. So why not tell Holly that when she asks? No reason, really. And then we get our cue the music special epiphany moment. And Holly comes to the conclusion that if the escape... Oh my gosh, sorry. If the escape tunnels they needed were in their own traumatic memories, then maybe there's one in Vecna's. Now, okay, I will say this. I don't think it's too unreasonable for her to assume that, given that it seems that the only consistent aspect of this realm that they're in is that all the gates that they've seen are in traumatic places. So it's not a terribly unreasonable take on her part. But why doesn't Max know this? Or how hasn't she figured this out in 2 years? She's totally useless, and Holly like outclasses her at everything, even though Max should be the one who knows everything about this world. And then Max says that the memories weren't always traumatic; they were also the moments that Vecna took over the minds of his victims, and that he can't take over his mind, can he? Meaning that why would there be a gate in his mind when he didn't take it over? And Holly says, why not? And Max says, because it doesn't make any sense. But then it works. This is how they escape, by the way. So it does make sense. Oh my God, show. You can't say that it doesn't make sense and then leave it like that. You can't do that. It's illegal. Bad writing. If everything I ever wrote had... Oh my God, I can't take it anymore. I can't take it. If I'm reading a script and you have characters every other page saying, oh, well, this doesn't make sense, and then whatever they do happens and it works out perfectly, it's bad. I don't care what it is. It's bad. And this show is a master at it. It's a master of taking all their characters, making them all sound exactly the same, spouting nonsense after nonsense, and then another character says, oh, well, that doesn't make sense. And then the plans work anyways. No consequences. Everything always works out perfect. Happy ending. Boring. Snooze fest. Bad writing. How are you getting paid to do this? This is insane. It has to be ChatGPT, right? It has to be something like that, right? Am I crazy? Oh my God. Dear Lord, this is bad. It's crazy. I'm not going to put my notes on the screen, but I have like almost 100 pages of notes for this whole season, if not more. I think I have more, like almost 200 pages of notes for Stranger Things Season 5, and most of the notes are the same because they do the same bad writing things all the time. Half the notes are a character says it doesn't make sense, and then it works. That's like all the notes for this season. And it just happens constantly. I don't understand. And I feel bad because I keep saying the same critiques like over and over again. But this show somehow just has the same problems over and over and over again. Like the exact same problem. Not even variations of the same kinds of problems. Like most shows or movies are inconsistent, but they're different types of inconsistencies or different reasons. This show just copy and pastes the same bad, like almost word for word, the same things over and over again. And it's like monotonous. It's insane. I don't understand how anyone could enjoy this. I don't understand. I truly don't understand. I implore anyone who enjoys this to rewatch it with minimal critical view and tell me how the show is good, if you actually think it's good. I don't understand. I truly don't. I'm not even trying to be condescending. I just don't understand how anyone could find this good. I truly don't. Like, dear God. Anyways. My God. I'm sorry. I lost my train of thought. So yeah, Holly starts looking around the cave for secret passages like they were doing in Vecna's mind passage. And Max gets mad at her, say as if like what she's doing is stupid, even though in the last episode Max did the exact same thing to find ways to escape Vecna's mind. So why are you criticizing Holly for doing the same thing you just did in the last episode that worked? Max is stupid. She's terrible, the worst. And she's so rude to this poor girl who's trying to escape and find her family. Stop being rude to this poor little girl. For no reason. This is Max is a protagonist. We're supposed to be rooting for her. I did not root for her once in this whole season. The writers give us nothing to root for in her character. She's just bad. Um, sorry. So we cut back. Oh wait, sorry, I missed something. My bad. So yeah, Holly can't find anything in the cave that they're staying in, so she decides to run off into the desert um, to find the stuff, the secret passage. Okay, bear with me. I apologize, but my second computer is about to die, so I need to plug that in so I can maintain my notes. Cuts to. Wait. Okay, I am back. Sorry about that. Now we're all good now. Back to it. Back to it. Dear Lord. So yes, like to just quick recap. Yes, Holly and Max go into the desert to search for the rest of Vecna's memory to find out why he's afraid of it, and then hopefully that will lead them to escaping. So now we're back at the squawk with Mike and Joyce, and Hopper and Eleven and Callie show up in a hearse mobile. I I guess they got it from the church. I guess. Actually, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Okay, yeah, they got it from the church. I don't know how they got that. How do they get the keys? Was no one at the church? Doesn't make any sense. They just have it, and they show up. Yeah, and again, just to recap, they just miraculously escaped the Upside Down because of the vacuum. So that happened. The show doesn't really think about that for much longer. And they show Eleven and Hopper and Callie that Will is the big sleepy tisms after the Vecna fight, and so Will has to, or not Will, 11 has to enter his mind and pull him out of wherever he is. Now we are back with Dustin and Steve, who are in the Upside Down Hawkins lab still, and they're still arguing. They go to find Nancy and Jonathan, and they immediately, like the first door they exit, they find the giant red sphere. And then we go back to Jonathan and Nancy, and they were knocked out, and we see that the whole building is melting around them, like we saw with the soldiers in the wall. Which begs the question, why aren't they melting? I'm pretty sure the soldiers were melting away as well, but I guess it doesn't matter. The show either forgot or it just doesn't. They never explain how any of this works. Both are likely options here. So then we're back to 11. These scenes cut so fast sometimes, like it's weird. So 11 is blindfolded and he's looking for Will. They don't put her in the tank for some reason. They do it after this. It's so weird. So she's looking for Will, and Mike is talking to Hopper about Nancy and the others. And they talk about the flesh wall. We get told about that again. And Callie says that Jane 11 hasn't found anything, and she's super pessimistic. And then she tells Hopper that she knows 11 better than Hopper does, which is just totally not true. Hopper knows 11 way better than anyone else in the show. Because Callie explains that she grew up with 11, even though 11 forgot about her. Remember? 11 doesn't remember her until I don't even remember how she finds 11. But 11 has, like, no real memory of her. And she has way more of a connection with Hopper, obviously. So I don't know why Callie would say this. I despise that character. She's actually terrible. So Hopper and them get into a little bit of a fight, and Hopper hates Callie, as we'll find out in a bit. Like, she hates her. It's insane. And then Callie blames Hopper for 11 being off track, but Callie never explains what off track means to her. What does that mean? Because she doesn't view off track as, like, finding Vecna and all that. So she never explains what she means by that. She just says it. And the lights flicker, and we find that 11 can't find Will. And so Hopper says that he'll set up the deprivation tank that they have. My first question was, why didn't they put her in the deprivation tank first so that she could find Will? That didn't make any sense to me. That's like connecting to a hotspot like in 2 rooms over with no signal instead of connecting to your high-speed Ethernet cable right next to you. It doesn't make any sense whatsoever. They just did it to buy time, I think. The Duffer Brothers used it as an excuse to have Kylie and Hopper talk to each other for a minute without Elle being there. I don't really know why they did that. So we cut back to Lucas and Robin, who are now at the hospital to get Max. Excuse me. So Robin runs into Vicky, and then she immediately abandons Lucas in their whole plan, which is kind of crazy to me since it is kind of life or death, end of the world sort of deal. I don't know why she just immediately abandons her plans for her date, but whatever. And Vicky confronts Robin about stealing the Benadryl, and Vicky doesn't know about the Upside Down or anything, and so she thinks that Robin has been just getting high on Benadryl and lying to her about ghosting her on her dates and all that. Then we were back to Lucas, and Lucas throws on good old Kate Bush for Max because we haven't heard enough Kate Bush yet. And then we're back to Max and Holly looking for the escape route in Vecna's mind. So Holly, this is crazy. This scene, if anyone's out there, this scene is actually insane. So they're looking for Vecna's memory, right? And Holly pulls out that telescope, and it's this telescope with the busted cap, right? So the cap has this specific busted shape in it that lets light through. And it's obviously important. They keep building it up and up and up. And Holly suddenly realizes that the hole in the cap is the same shape as the mouth of the cave that Max is staying in, which is kind of a crazy thing to realize all of a sudden. And basically that the telescope is a map. So the way that you find where X marks the spot is you have to figure out where to stand in the desert to match up the cave mouth with the broken cap, which is just so weird because we find out that this map was made by Vecna for Vecna. So why is it such a confusing map? Why not just write it down on like a piece of paper, like a real map, like what Max was doing? It's not like, because this map doesn't lead to treasure or anything like really important to anyone except for Vecna. It's not like leading to like a shield generator, to go back to Dustin's thing. It's not leading to anything important really. It's personally important to him. But why would he create such a You're. It's also a map in his own memory. Why does he need a map to travel around his own memory? And it's even crazier because Vecna doesn't need a map because he knows where his memory is, because we see him run to the cave and I don't, it's so weird. It's like the Rise of Skywalker. They do this in the Rise of Skywalker. They have a dagger that's a map depending on how you stand with the land. I couldn't believe this, and I don't know how Holly just figures it out. I think that's crazy. How does she just know? She just figures it out. She's not like, she's smart, but come on, that's crazy. Who would make a map like that? That's not intuitive at all. It's not even like an intuitive map. It's insane. So, yeah, and I don't know why he needs a map for his own memory, but whatever. Um, so we cut away from that crazy, convoluted, contrived scene, and we're back with Steve and Dustin, and they're still looking for Nancy and Jonathan in the now melting Hawkins lab in the Upside Down. So they find the melting area, and Nancy and Jonathan are trapped in there. And the CGI for the melting building looks really bad. It looks like not fully rendered. Does not look good. Again, this is a $400 million show. It should at least look good if it's not going to be written well. So everything's melting. Like, the room is flooding and rising. So, and it's all like this I guess it's melted building, melted matter. I don't know how to describe it. So they get on top of this wooden table that happens not to melt, even though everything else in the room melts pretty much immediately. So that's pretty lucky. And now they're just screaming for help. And now we cut back again to Hopper, who's making the deprivation tank for 11 so that she can find Mr. William and his little sleepy tisms. And Hopper tells Joyce that 11 will fix everything. Joyce blames herself for Will, which leads Hopper to tell Joyce that it's not her fault. Again, more telling people that it's not their fault. I don't think that's a great message at all, personally. People should take accountability for their actions. I know that there's a time and a place where that message is warranted. Like, if something actually, like, existential happens to you and it's not your fault, like, truly, like, it's an act of God or whatever, and you're still wrestling with maybe it was my fault, sure, then yeah, you can say it's not your fault. But like I said earlier, half the time these characters are doing things that are selfish and hurt other people, and they still get told it's not their fault. So if I were to write the show and I had to keep this theme involved with the show, you have characters where it's genuinely not their fault, and then when a character does something selfish, like Max, which we'll see later, she already did it with Derek. She could have gotten Derek killed because of her own selfish wants, and that is her fault. So instead of telling her that it's fine, which happens with Holly, have her actually have to confront that it was her fault and take responsibility and learn from her mistakes. Don't forgive your characters for being bad people. That's not how character development works. It's like a freebie, an easy pass. If you're a good writer, you put your characters in these situations like they did with Max, but you actually recognize the social consequences and, like, the general consequences of her actions. She's never ostracized. No one ever gets mad at her, even though they have every right to. It's insane. And it makes it hard to believe in this world when no one acts like a real human being. It's crazy. So, yeah, Joyce is told that it's not her fault by Hopper. And then he says that every choice you make as a parent is wrong, which I think is interesting. I mean, I'm not a parent, so I don't know. Parents out there, tell me if I think this line's weird to say that every choice you make as a parent is wrong. I don't know. It's weird. It's a weird line. I don't know if that's true. I think what he meant, the sentiment there is that you'll never know what the right choice is, but he should have said that not every choice is wrong. That's weird. That doesn't make sense to me. And so then we get a moment where Mike is talking to Eleven about their plans for after they defeat Vecna, and then we see that Kali is overhearing the conversation, and he's talking to Eleven about Kali as well. And Eleven tells Mike about how her blood and Vecna's blood is being infused into the pregnant women. So again, we get another scene where a character tells us things we already know instead of just cutting to them telling after they tell the character. In case you forgot, and that scene ends, and she just tells Mike that they're redoing the program and all that. So she just exposits stuff we already know once again. And then we cut back to Mr. William, who is inside Vecna's mind, and he sees Max. And he sees Max and Holly in the desert. And then we cut to Max and Holly in the desert, and Holly is explaining how the cap on the telescope works as a map, which I already explained. And again, how did you figure that out, and how does that make sense, and why does Vecna need a map for his own mind? And then Holly is like, she's walking around trying to get it to fit, and this leads her to fall through a hole, and Max catches her, and it's a mine shaft hole. So that's also crazy. So to use this map, you have to put yourself in physical danger, or like constantly having to look around where you're stepping. It's so weird. So yeah, they find like this secret area in Vecna's scary memory. And it cuts. So we cut away from that scene. We're left in suspense, in utter suspense here. And now we're back again with Robin and Lucas in the hospital. So Robin, finally they cut, like they have Robin tells Vicky everything, and then they cut to the scene. They don't show Robin explaining everything. I don't know why they don't do this more often. So Vicky hears everything, and then, well, actually, let me take that back, because they just switch it up. So instead of cutting to Vicky knowing everything and handling it, she just recaps everything to Robin. So Vicky just exposits it instead of Robin. So the writers are still doing the same thing, just roles are reversed here. And then the military barges in, because I guess they were called after Robin was stealing medicine. So I guess the police don't exist in Hawkins anymore, because I don't know why the military is getting called to handle someone stealing Benadryl in a hospital. It seems a bit below their pay grade. But yeah, they come in and they take Miss Robin away. So then we cut back to Jonathan and Nancy still yelling for help. They're still trapped in the rising melted building in Hawkins' lab. And Steve and Dustin are still searching for them. And then Steve is about to do something heroic, and he throws a ladder over this huge gap, and he's about to run in and go save them. And we finally have a good scene. Yes, you heard that correct. Your ears don't deceive you. I'm about to praise the show for a second. Can you believe it? Can you believe it? So Steve's about to go in, and Dustin stops him, and Dustin he breaks down, and he starts crying, and he tells Steve, I can't let this happen again. I can't deal with it again. Please don't die, Steve. Don't die. I can't deal with it again. And Steve is taken aback, and he's really sad. And he hugs Dustin, and we finally, after all this time, we have a nice moment between the two of them. And I think this is the show trying to tell us that that's the reason Dustin was so bitter towards Steve, but it just doesn't make sense. And we never I guess you could theorize that maybe this is why Dustin is mad or weirdly upset. But like I said, they should have had laid some foundational work for us to figure that out, not just had Dustin be rude and mad at Steve for apparently no reason. But I will say the scene between them is nice because Joe Keery and Gayton, I can't say his last name, but they have great chemistry. Like it's the best chemistry I think in the whole show. So they have this beautiful moment together, and I can't really fault it at all. Sorry, I'm just realizing my audio is too low. So finally, good job, show. You earned brownie points with me for having this little moment. And then we're back to Nancy and Jonathan, and how fast the show loses brownie points with me. This scene, I hate this scene. I'm sorry, it's terrible. Uh, Jonathan and Nancy, like, they basically face the fact that they're gonna die, and so they start spitting out truths about each other, and it's basically just them telling each other all the reasons they shouldn't be together, that they don't like each other. Like Nancy starts out with saying, "I hate the Clash," which is Jonathan's like favorite band, and then Jonathan tells her that he stopped reading all her articles that she wrote and sent him because he says that she doesn't want to hear any feedback. They just keep saying all these things, like mean things to each other that are pretty awful, and it results in and before I move on, this scene is like, how long is it? It's about 9 minutes, 8 or 9 minutes, in that ballpark range, maybe 6 minutes, something. Still, it's a long scene of them just going at each other, like, mad and talking and whatever. And it's supposed to be really emotional, but it's hard to not think about how they should be like drowning in the melted room. Time stops for this scene to happen. They're on this desk which is sinking, and it just stops. Everything stops sinking, and you do find out at the end of the scene that all the plastic, the building just stops melting, but it doesn't stop melting until like towards the end of the scene. So realistically they should be like dying, but the show stops everything so that they can have this moment. Uh, so yeah, they talk about their shared trauma, and then they basically tell each other why they aren't right for each other. And then Jonathan pulls out the John Coltrane cassette tape thing, which has the ring in it, and he says, "Will you not marry me?" And it's like this whole like corny, emotional scene. It's just ridiculous, and you can't. No one, like, I couldn't figure out if they were like seriously breaking up or what. Apparently they were breaking up. They break up. It's just weird, and it doesn't make any sense, and the scene goes on for so long. And I'm sorry, this is going to be a bit of a hot take. I don't think they have great chemistry on screen. And yes, I know that they're together. I know that they're together in real life, and that even their stunt doubles are together, which is pretty crazy. And I don't know. I don't think it comes across well on the screen that they are into each other at all. The chemistry does not read for me, and that's a personal gripe I have with it. I'm not saying it's objectively they don't have good chemistry. I didn't read their chemistry on the screen, but I do think that the scene they're in doesn't make any sense. Like, just the world stops for them to have this moment, and then they talk about it. But yeah, the dialogue here, it's standard. I don't have much to complain about with that. It's just standard love dialogue, I guess. But yeah, it is distracting that the world stops for them to have it. And the scene ends with them throwing the ring, and then the ring hits like the now solid floor, and that is the big reveal that they're saved. They're not going to die. We never find out why we never find out why the building stops melting. By the way, it just stops arbitrarily for no reason. It's never explained. So again, the show just having things happen for the sake of it, and it's just insane. There's no cause and effect. So we cut away from that scene. I don't want to talk any more about that scene. It's terrible. It's not terribly offensively bad, but it's still not great. It's just a slog to watch. So we cut back to 11 in the overworld, and she's getting into the tank so she can finally find Will. And she gets in the tank, and she enters Will's mind, and tries to wake him up. Then we cut away like that. Some of these scenes are so short; they're like a minute long. That scene was like 2 minutes long. It's so strange. The pacing in the show is really interesting. And then we cut back to Holly and Max, who are in. They're in the secret part of Vecna's memory, and we actually get kind of interesting stuff here. So they see Vecna's memory from when he was a child, like a little boy in the Boy Scouts, and we see a wounded. He finds this wounded doctor in the mine shaft who has a gun, and he's clearly like erratic. And little Vecna is trying to help him, but the doctor is petrified of him and thinks that he's like a government agent or something. So he shoots little Vecna in the hand, and little Vecna picks up a rock and beats the doctor in the head to death. And Holly is traumatized, and they run away. Poor Holly, by the way. Holly consistently is just traumatized throughout this whole show. And it never really gets addressed, but half the scenes she's in, she's witnessing the most horrible stuff. And the actress is doing a good job. Again, the actress for Holly and the actor for Derek, all the kid actors, great. They're great. I'm glad that they got careers out of the show, if anything. So they run past the terrible stuff that little Vecna is doing, and Max hears Kate Bush. Oh my gosh, they must be close to Mr. Lucas and the way out. So Holly's theory was right, even though it didn't make sense. Just remember that her theory was just right again. So we cut back into Will's head where 11 is trying to wake him up, and Will tells 11. Oh wait, no, sorry. 11 wakes Will up, and Will tells everyone that Vecna is sending Demogorgons after Max in the real world, who's in the coma. So that's not too good. Again, so if he can send Demogorgons after Max, why doesn't he send them after Will? If Will is like a spy, like I know he used Will here, but I don't understand why he didn't kill him. I just don't get it. It's not. Will isn't that useful to him. Will is more of a detriment to Vecna's plans than he is a tool. So he should have just killed Will, and then none of these problems would have really existed. So, we're back at the hospital, and the military has taken Robin away, and the lights start to go crazy in the hospital. Oh, Demogorgons are coming. They are coming. And then one rounds the corner, and Vicky sees it, and so now Vicky knows that Robin was telling the truth. Sorry. I lost my train of thought. And luckily, the Demogorgon, so it rounds the corner, and Vicky's standing basically standing right next to the Demogorgon, right? Well, the Demogorgon runs by her and kills the guard instead of just killing Vicky for no reason. Just other than, I guess they just have plot armor again. Our characters have plot armor. It's just crazy to me. So, the lights... Sorry. Oh my god, I'm losing my mind. Robin and Vicky escape because the Demogorgon just doesn't go after them. It chooses not to. It goes after the soldiers instead. Why are the Demogorgons dumb? They go after anything that breathes. So why aren't they going after Vicky or Robin? That doesn't make much sense. So, oh my god. They run through. Excuse me, sorry. Vicky and Robin run through the hospital, and they get to like the comms area at the receptionist desk, and they use the comms to tell Lucas that he has to escape the hospital with Max because the Demogorgons are coming. Karen hears this. Remember Karen? Karen's in the hospital, and she hears this. And I guess she realizes that it's Mike's friends, and then this prompts her to rip her IVs out, which is super dangerous. Don't do that. And get moving. I guess. It's a good thing she happened to be awake, by the way, even though she's like dying, but okay. Uh, so, oh my god, this scene is so bad. So, Lucas has, excuse me. Lucas has Max. He's holding Max. By the way, remember Lucas? I think it wasn't it last episode he had that huge hole in his chest and was leaking blood and was super crippled. Not anymore. He's picking up Max and running into an elevator. A Demogorgon is running towards him as he's in the elevator, and Lucas puts up his leg and just kicks the Demogorgon, running at full speed at him, out of the way. What? Why don't the... How? How did the soldiers not do this? Why? Why? Lucas is crippled, he's holding someone, and he's able to kick the Demogorgon out of the way? Not buying it, show. Make your characters consistently strong. Why aren't the soldiers this strong, huh? Well, because they don't matter. Because they're just the NPCs. Brother, it does the power balancing of our characters and of all these different people is so out of whack. I can't take it anymore. And that's my phrase of the day. I can't take it anymore. The show is killing me. It's killing me. My god. So, yeah, he kicks the Demogorgon because Lucas just can do that, and it needs to happen for the show to continue. And we cut to Max with Holly, and they're digging their way out of the mine shaft following Kate Bush. We cut back to Karen, and Karen's on the move. She's out of her hospital bed. We don't really know what she's up to, really. But she's out of her bed, and we're assuming that she's going to help Lucas and Robin, I guess. And she notices flammable oxygen tanks in the side of her room. And she takes one. We find out she takes one. Why? We don't know. She just takes one, I guess, because they're flammable. We cut to Lucas, and he's running with Max, and he bumps into Robin and Vicky. And they hide in the hospital laundry room, and the Demogorgons break in. So, we're about to see some real bad stuff happen here. So, the radio, Lucas has the radio playing Kate Bush still, and it's blasting Kate Bush because he's trying to wake Max up. And, obviously the Demogorgons can hear this. So the Demogorgons can hear this radio that Lucas insists on playing for Max, and Robin figures out that it's probably not good because the Demogorgons can hear them. So she says, "You really need to turn it off," and Lucas says, "No, I have to wake Max up. Max is going to wake up." Lucas is a bad person. I'm sorry. He's willing to sacrifice himself and everyone around him because he needs to wake up Max right this second. First of all, she hasn't woken up in 2 years, basically, and you've been playing the song for her like once a week at least. Why would she wake up now all of a sudden? Second of all, if she did wake up now, you're going to die. Did you think about that? What is she going to do? She's not going to stop the Demogorgon, so even if she did wake up right this second like you want her to, you're going to die from the Demogorgon. So just shut the damn music off and stop being selfish and a terrible person. Of course, the show doesn't recognize that this makes him a bad person. It's so bad. And then we cut back to Max and Holly again. They're getting out of the rocks, and Max asks Holly if she's ready to go home, and Holly is happy and excited. Not for long, though. Not for long. We cut back to the laundry room. The Demogorgons take their sweet time to build dramatic tension that isn't there, because why aren't they just murdering them? Why do they have to take... Why do they have to take so long other than... It's killing me. So, yeah, the music is still playing this whole time. I don't know why the Demogorgons can't just hear the music and run straight to it. Doesn't really make sense. So, Suddenly, a laundry machine goes off. What? Who turned that on? The Demogorgons walk over to the laundry machine and they see that there's a tank running around inside, an oxygen tank. The laundry machine explodes and kills all the Demogorgons. There are a bunch of issues here. First of all, uh, it's obvious that they needed the flammable tank to go into the laundry machine to explode. But Why did Karen know to do that? How did Karen know that they were going to be in the laundry room? I'm pretty sure that Vicky and Robin told Lucas that they were going towards the basement. I guess this is the basement, but still, why they never said laundry room or anything? So why would Karen think that they were in a laundry room, and why would she bring the flammable oxygen knowing that there was if she didn't know that there was a laundry machine? Doesn't make sense. Also, how does she know that that wasn't going to kill them? What if it blew them up? That would be pretty awkward. She doesn't check. She could have killed them. Nothing makes sense again. And also, she can barely walk, as we see. So how did she carry that tank all the way down there? Not buying that either. The show doesn't make sense. It's a master of not making sense. Oh my god. The show is killing me again. Earlier than before. It's only 5:30 right now. Oh my god. I've been going for 2.5 hours already. I have to kill this season. I can't take it anymore, guys. Okay. So yeah, Karen Wheeler saves the day. We get an epic shot of her coming out of the smoke. And then we cut back to Holly and Max, and they make it into the hell plane that they were at in the last episode. And they're looking for the final way out of Vecna's mind. And they find a gate, which is the Max gate, into her body. But we'll soon find out that Holly will not be able to leave with Max. So Max tells Holly that she can't come with her. And Holly is devastated. She's like, "What? What? What do you mean?" And Max tells Holly that she has to find her own way out. So Max is, oh my god, I know I've said it a million times now. Max is a genuinely awful human being. She tricks Holly Wheeler into finding. Okay, let me lay it out. So Max uses Holly to find a way out of Vecna's brain, and she leaves Holly with the impression that she'll be able to leave with Max out of Vecna's mind prison. They finally get to where Max can escape, and that's when Max tells Holly that Holly will have to find her own way out alone. Max is selfish. She tricked this young girl and manipulated her, and the show doesn't even realize it. The show doesn't realize it. The Duffer Brothers probably never even thought about it because they are hack writers. Sorry, they are. This is blatant character assassination. Max is horrible. Horrible. This poor girl. And the girl is clearly scared. She has no idea what she needs to do. And then Max lies to her again and tells her to remember who you are, and that'll help her get out. And then when that actually does prompt a gate to appear for Holly, Max says that she didn't even know it would work, meaning that she was again just lying to Holly, making stuff up. Max is a liar. She's selfish. Max is a liar. She's selfish. And she uses people to get what she wants. And the show never gives her any real repercussions about it, ever. She gets told it's not her fault. Like with every other character in the show. It's so frustrating, man. So frustrating. Anyways, Holly says, yeah, she doesn't know what to do. She doesn't have her own Kate Bush, which is true. She doesn't really have anything like that. And then, yeah, Max lies, and she tells She tells Holly that she never needed Kate Bush to escape, even though she's literally using the song to escape right now. So she's lying. She's lying. She's a liar. She's consistently a liar. And she tells Holly, like I said, that she needs to connect to her home. And she gives this dumb word salad speech about emotions and feelings. And that does not help Holly at all. Holly's like, I don't know what to do with that, basically. Holly is based. Holly is one of the most based characters in the show. She asks real, meaningful questions. She reacts correctly to craziness, which is Max is insane and a liar. She is a monster. Vecna was almost completely right about Max. She's a liar and she's a monster. Just not in the way that he meant it. And again, the XR stage looks so bad. They look like they're on a student set somewhere. It looks really bad. The lighting is really, really bad. And Max ends up telling her to just remember like I said, remember what it means to be you. What does that mean? And it doesn't help her. I mean, it ends up helping her because the show makes it help her, but it's like, what does that mean, really? And then Max basically explains how she used Holly to get out. Like, she phrases it as Holly helping her, but it is her using Holly to escape. And she phrases it as if she was being heroic. Nope. She was using a child to escape. And then she leaves the child, which is also her friend's sister, by the way. So Holly runs to her gate, which just leads her. And Max tells her this. It just will lead her to Vecna in the Upside Down anyways. So she'll have to find a way out from there on her own. So she's not escaping. She's just going straight into another hell. What? So we get this really terribly shot slow-mo scene of them running to their gates, and the lighting is so bad. It's so bad. There's even comparisons between the lighting in this season and the lighting in the fourth season, and the difference is crazy. The fourth season looks way better than this season. Oh my gosh. This show is killing me. I'm dying. Oh my gosh. So, yeah, they do slow-mo running into their gates, and then the show cuts to black. And that is the end of episode 6. We are now on to episode 7. And what time is it? How long have we been doing this? 2 hours and 28 minutes. Okay, we're averaging about an hour per episode, so hopefully I won't be up until ungodly times of the night. So let's just dive right into episode 7. Max wakes up. Yes, she wakes up in the hospital. Karen has just killed all the Demogorgons, and everyone's really happy. Except for me, because I know the truth, which is that Max is an awful person. She abandoned little Miss Holly Wheeler alone after using her to escape. She is selfish. She is a bad person, and the show will never comment on it, and she will never face that she is a bad person ever, because the show doesn't remember. It's crazy. And then Karen is just standing there awkwardly during this whole scene because she doesn't really have any connection to any of these characters. She just happens to be in the hospital at the same time. And this happens a lot with characters and it happens during Will's gay speech where I will get to it. I won't spoil it. I don't want to get too far ahead of myself. Mike and 11 and Joyce show up to the hospital. And then Max doesn't tell Karen or Holly, or not Karen or Holly. She doesn't tell Max. Whoa, I'm losing my mind. Max doesn't tell Mike or Karen that she just abandoned their family member in the Upside Down. And then Mike asks where Holly is, and Max just says nothing, and it's supposed to be a dramatic tension moment. And then we cut to Holly waking up in the abyss where Vecna is. So, yeah, she was basically betrayed by Max. She rips herself out of the Vecna goop, and the set looks terrible. It looks like a JPEG or a PNG, or she looks like she's pasted into the world. It looks awful. And Vecna wakes up and chases her. We cut back to Jonathan and Nancy, and they're trying to break their way out of the now frozen, melted plastic. And then Steve breaks through and saves them, the G he is. And they all conclude that it wasn't a shield generator, like Dustin said. And then Dustin says that Holly is not, in fact, in the Upside Down. And then we cut back to Holly, and she's running away from Vecna. And then she trips on something, which happens to be a gate into the Upside Down. Really lucky, again. Lucky placement of that gate, that she happens to trip over a gate. And then she takes her sweet time to crawl into it, and she falls into the Upside Down. So she's literally, like, falling down into the Upside Down from nothing. And she happens to be falling over Hawkins' lab. How convenient. That's not over, like, a lake or over, like, a cliff somewhere in Hawkins or a random field. It just happens to be Hawkins' lab. Convenient. Very convenient, once again. We cut to Mr. Clark, who is helping Murray and Erica triangulate Dustin's position. And they are using balloons tied to antennas to do so. And it works, of course. And Murray says, we gotta cut our losses because this isn't working. And then that makes Clark think of something. And they cut the balloons. And the plan works. Everything just works all the time. No struggles, really. We cut to Will, and he's sad, of course, like every scene that involves Will. He's sad. He's thinking about Vecna, and he's being a Debbie Downer. It's just annoying. Every scene with him is the same scene. It's just him saying, I'm not strong enough, I'm not good enough, I'm sad. And Vecna's going to win. And then he recaps stuff we saw. That's every scene with Will. We get flashbacks again. More flashbacks constantly. And Will is like the lord of flashbacks in this show. Every scene with Will, you can count on there being a flashback to either stuff we just saw or stuff from other seasons constantly. Every scene. He is the Mr. Flashback man. And I think the Duffer Brothers might just think that we're all dumb. I don't understand. Why do we need so many flashbacks? Oh, also, I just realized. Boom, episode 7, The Bridge. My bad, I forgot to change the title card. I'm getting used to the new layout, guys. Belch. Excuse me. Alright, so... Wait, bear with me, sorry. Okay, let's get back to it. My bad. Sorry about that. What's happening? Hold on. Sorry, bear with me. I'm having some technical difficulties here. Okay. Where was I? Yeah, Will's just a big old Debbie Downer. And then we cut away from that to the government, who has showed up at the hospital looking for our gang because they assume that it's 11 since all the crazy, freaky stuff is happening. And all of our characters are just sitting around in the hospital, and then Hopper even says there's probably backup coming. So why are you talking here? Leave. Talk later. I hate that. Why are you just sitting around? So they finally start to leave, and Karen doesn't know anything really. She knows that monsters exist and all that, but she doesn't know anything about the Upside Down or anything. So everyone explains it to her, and we hear the explanation of how everything works again. We don't need to hear it every time. Stop it. Stop. Oh my god. Okay, so Jesus Christ. They're running out, and Karen is still hurt, and she's struggling, and so Vicky says, Mrs. Wheeler, you gotta chill. You gotta take a chill pill, man. You're too hurt. And she's like, nah, fam, I need to find my kid, man. I'm not going to do that. You think I'm out of my goddamn mind if I'm not going to go after my little girl. And Mike basically says it's not her fault, which is like, you did good, mom. Don't beat yourself up about it. And he even says it's a miracle that she's still alive. It is a miracle that she's still alive. In fact, it's insane that she's still alive, considering that her jugular got ripped out of her head or her neck. But whatever. And then we cut, and the gang meets up with Erica, Mr. Clark, and Murray at Hawkins' lab. Hawkins' lab in the real world, not Upside Down Hawkins' lab. By the way, Clark still doesn't know about the Upside Down or anything. No one's told him. And then Murray is able to get Dustin on the walkie-talkie. And Dustin says they found Holly, and then they lose connection with him. And then Lucas points out that Holly happened to run in. Okay, this is crazy. I actually had my jaw dropped when this happened. So they're in. Dustin tells them that they found Holly, and right after they're walking around, and Lucas says, he points out, he says, Holly happened to run into Dustin in the Upside Down. What are the odds? They're not even trying. They're not even trying. These types of lines are so throwaway and bad. Like, bruh, what are we talking about, man? Really? It's just the writers telling you not to worry about things making sense, because just clap, little seals. Clap, peasants. Clap for the show, peasants. That's what they're saying. So they're trying to find like a rift around Hawkins' lab, and they find cameras are covering everything. And Mr. Clark offers a solution. He says that he can get this machine from school that could probably disable them. And Hopper says, you're overthinking. And then 11 uses the force on the cameras and breaks them. And Clark is shocked, obviously, because he has no idea about any of this. So it's kind of nifty that he's getting introduced to this world. However, he never has given any interesting lines. He's never given a chance to actually reflect on the world that he's being introduced to. As a man of science, as a man who has taught Dustin everything he knows about this theoretical world, he has no good, we never get to see him react or observe. He sits in awe all the time, and we never hear anything from him. It's like, bruh, he would have had an interesting perspective, but nah. Sorry, 11 uses the force again to lift the plates up to reveal the gate to the Upside Down, and they enter. And Vicky asks if it's safe to breathe, and Robin says it's unclear, even though in the earlier seasons it was totally unsafe to breathe down there, but the writers either forgot or didn't want to. I think the reason that they stopped doing that is because they didn't want to have all of our cast members wearing masks, kind of like how in The Mandalorian they took off what's his name? The Mandalorian's helmet, because they were worried about him not being able to emote, even though it's unrealistic that he wouldn't wear a helmet. As the same goes for this. They should be wearing masks because of the toxic nature of the Upside Down, but they got rid of that. No inconsistency in this show. So yeah, they enter the Upside Down. And then Lucas and Max stay in the real world, because I should have mentioned this, I'm sorry, but Max is like, her body's atrophied, so she's in a wheelchair. She can't really move around. And our gang in the Upside Down finds Dustin and Steve and Jonathan. And Nancy is clearly upset. And they ask about Holly, and we get the scene that she talks about how Holly was falling, and then she got paused in midair and then snatched up by what they think is Vecna. So again, Max, come on, Max, this is your fault, buddy. You traumatized her again and ruined her. Max technically does make her life worse, because Max Uh, we'll get to it. We'll get to it. Let me not get ahead of myself. Let's just stay on course here. Uh, so yeah, we cut to Holly and she's unconscious. She's been taken by Big V, and yeah, he has her again. So poor little Holly gets taken, and then we cut to Dr. K, and she's with that soldier that 11 and Hopper took hostage. Excuse me. And they're talking to one of the general guys, the black guy that was in charge, sort of, when Vecna came and burned everyone. And he somehow lived, so Vecna can't even kill anyone either, I guess. How did he live? I don't know. But he burned, and he tells Dr. K and everyone about how there were demons, aka Vecna. Oh, excuse me. And then the soldier gives Dr. K some crap because he's tired of her being annoying. And then we get told that she wants the girl. We basically just get told the same stuff that she wants. And she is such a boring character. All she wants is 11. That's her only motivation. We don't learn anything about her personal life. We don't know what her real ambitions are. We don't know anything really. It's unfortunate that the show treats her as such a one-dimensional villain, especially because they have Linda Hamilton, who's a great actress. You know, she's in Terminator, all these great films. But nah, we're just going to have her be this one-dimensional villain who gets no good scenes, basically. She's just like angry boss lady. So, and the soldier, the hostage soldier, is alerted about the rift that 11 ripped open, or revealed. And we're done with that scene. Oh my god. Excuse me. How far are we? It's 3 hours. Oh god. This is going by way faster. You know why I think it's going by faster than the last time is because, well, I think part of it probably has to do with I don't have any content any timeline to scroll through, but I also think it's going by faster because a lot of these issues are just repeating the same issues over and over, so I don't really have to explain them as well. Oh my god. Hold on. Blah. Had to stretch there for a second. My bad, guys. I'm losing my mind. So now we are back. We cut back to the whole gang at the Squawk. Oh my god, we're almost to that scene, that infamous scene with the William. Will reunites with Max, and it's a great little happy moment. And then Will is called the Sorcerer again, and we have to explain how he's so good at everything again. Shut up, show. We know. And then this actually was interesting to me. Lucas gives Max a tour of the radio station, and this is the first time we actually learn the history of the station and how they have access to it. And it doesn't make it any better. So Lucas explains that someone named Jimmy Fasthands left town right before or as the government quarantine was happening, and then that left them. Sorry, I lost my train of thought. So random guy, Jimmy Fasthands, who owned the station, left before the quarantine really set in, and so this gave them the opportunity to take over the station somehow, and that's like where they go to do all their stuff without getting caught. And my first question upon hearing this was, well, if you guys knew about that and that he left town, then why didn't anyone else try to like go there or take anything? Because it's like it's sound equipment, like sound engineering studio, basically, with a bunch of expensive equipment. You'd think someone would ransack the place, right? And if the teenagers know about this, then everyone in town should probably know, right? Especially adults. But nah, no one ever goes there. No one ever interferes with anything they do ever. In fact, like everyone in the town is never around ever. We never see anyone really. It's so weird. This whole Hawkins is such an empty place now. In the first season, we'd see a lot of like background characters. We'd see the police force. We'd see people at the grocery store. We'd see like the school. In this season, it's only our main cast. pretty much, and soldiers. It's such a boring, like, it's so bad. It's such an empty world. And I guess you can argue it's because everything's quarantined, but it just feels hollow, like a shell. I'm sorry, it just does. So, Max gets sad. Oh, excuse me. After the tour, she gets sad about Holly. She should be. I hope she feels bad. And then Lucas assures her that they'll get her back. And then Max says that Holly's all alone with Vecna, and that she was sure that Holly would make it out, but she wasn't. She lied. She blatantly lied. She even said that she was like all the stuff she told Holly about conjuring up thoughts of who she was to get a gate was just made up because she wasn't sure if it would work. She was just saying stuff. So she's lying to Lucas or misremembering. I choose to think she's lying because it's such, like, what are you talking about, man? What do you mean? And then Lucas basically tells her it's not her fault. So this is an example of the show telling someone, like, doing that message, that it's not your fault message with someone whose fault it is. Like, it is her fault. She should be held responsible. But nah, she's not really at all. And honestly, when we get, I think that she does kind of feel bad for Holly and she says sorry, but I don't know. I think that Max should be, like, stressing way worse about this than she is, and people should be upset with her. Karen should have been upset with her. Mike should maybe be upset with her too. It's their, like, family member, his sister, Karen's daughter, and this girl just left her alone. Like, really? You have like, it's just weird. And okay, like a fix to give this. I don't want. I haven't been giving enough fixes to scenes. I've kind of just been ranting. I apologize, but what I would have done is have a conflict. Excuse me, between Mike and Lucas and Max. So, like, let's say Holly, she's lost again, or like Max uses her to escape, and so Mike, let's say Karen's mad. Karen's like, well, why did you leave my little girl behind? You left her alone, and you didn't even know if she could escape. That's terrible. You didn't help her escape. You're selfish. And then maybe Mike, like, to be supportive of his mom, takes her side a little bit, and this prompts Lucas to be mad at Mike, and then Max just feels bad all around, and so Lucas tries to stick up for Max, and it just causes tension. And then we get a scene maybe between Max and Karen, where Max is deeply sorry and she apologizes, and Karen just realizes that Max was probably trying to do her best, even though I don't think she was. I think she was just being blatantly selfish. But let's just say that it would still be better than what we got, I'd say. But nah, let's not do that. At the end of the day, Max should feel bad, and it is her fault. That's what I'm trying to say. But let's move on. So everyone gathers around so Dustin can explain stuff. And he explains everything about the wormhole, and he tells them all everything they need to know. Excuse me. About Vecna, the wormhole, and everything. And this is just basically the writers just being lazy and telling you everything with exposition. He explains that Hawkins, the Upside Down is a bridge between Hawkins and the real world. Hawkins and the Abyss, where Vecna is with Holly and the kids, and that they have to reach the Abyss to get the kids back, and then destroy the Abyss so that Vecna dies there. And then they realize that Vecna is trying to... They piece together that Vecna's trying to merge the Abyss with Hawkins to create, like, a new world. And they come to the conclusion that they have to save Holly and the rest of the kids tonight before he does the big bad. Again, this is all hinging on Lucas's theory that it has to happen on November 6th. And even if it did have to happen on November 6th, they don't know what time. What if he did it, like, in the morning? They'd be screwed. But nah, it happens right when they need it to happen, like always. Like what? What? Come on, man. So, God, I can't wait to talk about a different show after this. I need to just get my anger out. Not my anger, but my disappointment. I'm not truly mad. I just think that this writing is so bad. So, okay, we gotta power through. So yeah, they explain all this stuff about how Vecna's gonna merge worlds, and they have only one day to save the kids and defeat him. And then Hopper says the most relatable line ever, and he says, "I hate all of this." I was like, "Yeah, me too, buddy. Me too. I agree. I hate it too. It's pretty bad. It's pretty awful." Um. So they cut away, and Vecna is back in his house as Henry in Henry form, and he takes Holly back and puts her to sleep. And one of Holly's friends says that she was worried about Holly, and then we learn that Vecna has. Wait, what happened here? Hold on. That's why. Okay, we learned that. We learned that Vecna has told the kids that Max is the real monster, and that she got Holly. And he's just manipulating the kids because I guess they're just easy to manipulate because they're kids. We cut in the military, or we cut to the military, and they're finding where El ripped that plate up, and they ventured into the Upside Down. And the military sends, it's the soldier guy again, and he sends in his forces to go in after them because they think that they are all still in the Upside Down. Which is valid, I guess, to think. Maybe, I guess, sure. Now we're back at the Squawk, and Hopper is explaining his plan to defeat Big V, and it involves flying a helicopter into the abyss to get the kids. So, people bring this up, and, like, the characters bring this up, but, like, what helicopter and what pilot? What are you talking about? Where are you going to get this from? The military? They are not your friend. You actually killed a bunch of them, so they'll never help you. You're a criminal. Like a war criminal, basically a terrorist. So, that's pretty bad. Someone says that the chop. This is crazy. This is a crazy line. So when they're planning and they're talking about the helicopter, someone says that the chopper is too big and it won't fit, and then Robin says, "quote Steve hears that all the time, but he goes in anyways, don't you, Steve?" And Steve replies with, "What the hell is wrong with you?" Yeah, what the hell is wrong with you, Robin? That is so weird. And also, like, it's supposed to be a funny joke, but it has some dark connotations, like dark connotations. I don't think I need to go into depth there, but why would you make that joke? And they don't even have that kind of jokey relationship like that, like dark jokes. It's also weird that she'd make this kind of joke in front of everyone, including, like, Hopper and Joyce. Why? It's so weird. And it kind of makes her seem like a jerk. I mean, she's a jerk throughout the whole season towards Joyce, but this is weird. So Hopper and everyone starts arguing over what plan to use, and then Hopper says, "Well, we don't have a magic bean, like a beanstalk, to climb." Sorry. He says we don't have a magic beanstalk to climb to, like, get in. Luckily, this prompts Steve to think of an idea. And Steve hears Beanstalk and he thinks of this, and he says, "Well, what if the riff? Why not use the radio tower and climb up the radio tower into the rift?" So basically, they have to let Vecna enact his plan, and they wait for the worlds to merge just enough so that the radio tower, is sticking into the rift, and they can use it to climb in and get the kids. He just thinks of that because if Hopper happens to say beanstalk. So if Hopper didn't say beans or whatever, then they would have died. That's the kind of contrivance I hate about this show. It wouldn't be like if they had these kinds of epiphanies like a couple times throughout the whole show, it'd be one thing. But every single scene is like this. Every episode is like this, and it just makes the show unbelievable, like fully. Uh, and then I had these sorts. These are my questions for this stupid plan, because it is a stupid plan if you think about it. Because like, what if the rift doesn't open over the tower like they need it to? Which it doesn't, by the way, at first. But it doesn't matter. They're able to get through anyways. And then, uh, yeah, what if that doesn't work? What if, oh, excuse me. What if they time it wrong and Vecna can merge the worlds before they can do their plan? Excuse me. Before they can do their plan, what if Vecna's doing his plan right now and they're in the middle of planning and he won right now? Doesn't matter. Everything works out the way they need it to. And part of the plan is they need to bring 11 into the Upside Down lab so that they can use the deprivation tank in there so she can then enter Big Vecna's mind. And then Max will guide 11 through his mind. And then Dustin says that they need to drop a bomb into the abyss. He doesn't know. My first question was, well, what if this destroys all of reality if you blow up a wormhole? He doesn't acknowledge or think about any of this, and it just works because the show needs it to. That's another theme of the show. Everything has to work because it needs it to. So we have our plan, our crazy convoluted plan that just happens to work. So now we're back at Holly, and she's woken up at Vecna's crib, and her friend is there alongside the other kids, and they're all worried about her. And Holly tries to tell them that Vecna's the big bad, that Max is actually good, and they think that she's crazy. Obviously, because they've been manipulated, and she tries to get Derek to tell them, but Derek is thinking about what Vecna said about threatening his family, and he goes along with them. Oh, God. And so this is also insane. I don't know why they wrote this into the show, but Holly pretends to give in, and she turns around and she's looking at this desk and she's pretending to like be chill. She grabs her radio and slams it into her best friend's head, which is crazy. I don't buy Holly would do that to her friend. That's crazy. Why not just escape? And then she runs out to escape after like beating a bunch of her friends. Why not just wait to escape later? Why do you have to do it right this second? And why do you have to beat your friends to do so? You could just lie and say you're going to go outside and play. You're a kid. And we get this like Lord of the Flies action scene between all the kids, and they like start choking Holly with her necklace, and then they throw her down the stairs, and she gets all messed up. I wasn't a fan of that. I thought that was so needlessly aggressive and weird for kids to do, like kids their age, when they've never demonstrated to be that violent before. Doesn't make sense. So we're back to 11, and she's with Murray, and she flips Murray's truck back on its back right side up. And then Hopper tells Joyce that he doesn't trust Callie, and he says that he thinks that Elle doesn't believe in him, and he says to Joyce that 11 isn't invincible. And this is a crazy thing that he says after that. He says, excuse me, Hopper says, if Callie is up to no good, he will have no hesitations about murdering her. He'll do it instantly, he says. It's like, oh my God, you are a villain. He is a villain. I mean, he kills a bunch of American soldiers and acts and looks like a terrorist, so he is. We get a moment with Will and Max, and they have a pity party battle about who is the worst person. Not for any of the right reasons, though. Like, we don't get Max being all sad about Holly here. We don't get Will being all sad about being mean to his mom. We just get them complaining about how they couldn't save people. So boring. So boring. Uh, um, and then Max says, "Well, our plan has to work, right?" And it's like, yeah, it literally does. The show makes it work. And Max says that Vecna is still human at the end of the day. So this is kind of interesting, and I'm not totally upset at the show for this, but they start to work towards humanizing Vecna a bit more, which I like. Like, I mean, we see his memories when he was a kid and he had to kill that guy, and that obviously traumatized him. So we get some insights into his character, and then Max comments on it here a little bit. So I don't have a problem with that, but it is how they handle him later in the next episode that ruins the humanization aspect. But that's in the next episode, so we'll have to wait a minute to get there. Uh, so then we cut to Mike, and he's building a bomb. How do you know how to build a bomb? Like, what? Who taught you that? He's building C4, like a C4 contraption, not just like a pipe bomb. He's making a detonated bomb. I don't know how Mike knows how to do that. But he knows how to do that, but he doesn't know how to build the telemetry tracker thing that Dustin built. Because in a previous episode, he's like, "Oh, I have no idea how to build that." Then why do you know how to build bombs? Where does your knowledge start and begin? Uh, so I that was insane to me. But let us continue. Dustin arms himself and Steve with makeshift spears instead of the guns that they have. Why would you use spears to go after Vecna? That's not going to do anything at all. And we do have a decent scene here, I will say. Even though it's stupid that they're going to arm themselves with spears against Vecna in the Mind Flayer. Um, him and Steve share this nice moment where Steve kind of admits to Dustin that he was jealous of Eddie, and that's why he said the things he said about him. And it's a nice moment. Again, Joe Keery and Gayton have great chemistry. I mean, they're like best friends in real life, and it really shows on the screen here. But again, this their issues with each other, this jealousy that Steve felt, should have been a bit more prevalent in a foundation in the beginning of the season to set the stage for their big argument later. Not dropped on us 2/3 into the season. But alas, that's how she goes. And now we cut to Erica, and she's with Mr. Clark, and she's spying on the military using the church watchtower. And they're trying to. Basically, they're using this radio device to time when the gate opens at the military base to link their button with the military gate button, if that makes sense, so that they can control the gate. I don't know how that works. I don't know why military technology is susceptible to ham radio technology of a random high school teacher. The show never really explains this, but alas, that's the theme of the show. So we move on from that, and we are now with Eleven and Kali, and they're sharing minds. So they're kind of meditating, and they're inside each other's minds talking. And Kali is basically convincing Elle to kill herself and kamikaze and kill Vecna and herself and end everything and everyone that has to do with Henry or Vecna. And Kali is basically convinced that they're a part of this vicious cycle and that the only way to end it is by killing themselves, which I have major gripes with. I don't understand why they can't live normal lives they could leave the country, leave the state. They never try to leave the state. In season 2, I don't remember it. I think Kali was still in Indiana. She was not that far away from where Hawkins was. So why can't they just leave the country and just not use their powers? This end-all thing about murdering themselves is dumb, and I don't know why Kali is hell-bent on it. Bear with me. Sorry about that. So yeah, that's the gist of that scene. I'm sorry, I just got distracted for a brief moment. Again, there's not much to. I don't buy it. I don't buy that that's the only way for them to go. So we cut, and everyone's loading stuff into Murray's truck. We're very close to the climax here. We're very close. And they're about to go attack big ol' Vecna. Big ol' Vecna, right? They're getting so close, so close. But before they do that, we have to do the speech. The famous speech that everyone's been talking about. And yes, I am going to talk about it. The big gay speech. um, it's terrible, like everyone's saying. I'm sorry, it's bad. And it's not bad because he's gay. Obviously, that's not my problem with it. The problem is that it takes forever. Not only does it take forever, but they actually spent 12 hours shooting this scene, which is insane. I don't know how that's possible. And I'll just lay it out. So Will basically tells everyone, not just Mike, not just Joyce, not just Hopper or someone or his brother. He tells the whole cast. Like, I think even Mr. Clark is there. Murray's there. Steve is there. Steve has never. Do you guys know that Steve has never spoken to Will once in the show? They've never shared a line. Why is Steve in the room? Why does Steve need to hear this? It's so weird. Vicky's there. Vicky doesn't know Will. Vicky's never spoken to Will. None of this makes sense. Hi, Nat. Uh, um. Anyways, sorry. No, this whole scene is built wrong. And Will basically tells everyone that he's gay, and it takes forever. And it's kind of awkward because he actually gets stuff wrong in the show. He says that everyone, he's like everyone. They like drinking milkshakes and playing D&D. And he says that they get milkshakes at Melville's, even though in season 3 Melville's doesn't sell milkshakes. So that was a big thing with the fans who were like, "Oh, this is part of Conformity Gate. That's why the whole season isn't real." Sorry, the writers are just bad. You're giving them way too much credit. They're not uber geniuses like you fans out there think they are. They're terrible. They're awful. So yeah, this scene happens, and I'm sorry, I'm not buying that no one in here is homophobic at all. How is everyone just accepting of him? I'm not buying it. It would be more interesting if it would be way more interesting if at least one or two of the characters weren't like super homophobic. I'm not saying they need to be like raging homophobic people, but it would be interesting to have them be a little uncomfortable with Will and then have to like, I don't know, like it would just be interesting. And then you have tension, and then they actually have to like adjust and maybe accept that they are being prejudiced and that they are wrong to be prejudiced because Will is like everyone else. It's not triumphant in a show to have a closeted character come out in a world where there's no consequences for him coming out. You know what I mean? It's way more interesting and it's way more triumphant if he has to come out in a world that is a little homophobic or a little prejudiced because it shows that he's being super brave. And I'm not saying like it is brave in general, but it's also crazy that no one has an issue at all. And they have this like really corny group hug and everyone's just totally accepting of everything. I'm not buying it. They live in a Midwestern town in the 80s in a very conservative Christian town. There's no shot that everyone here is chill about it. There's no way. Sorry. And we got more important stuff to do, guys. Sorry, we gotta kill Vecna. You don't even know when his plan is happening. It could be happening right now. But no, we have to have the big gay speech. This speech should have been done probably episode 3 or 4 of this season, not before. It shouldn't have been right before the finale. I'm sorry, it shouldn't have been. But alas, here we are. It is, and it's just as bad as everyone is saying it is. I can't compliment this scene. It's terrible. It's terrible. And I think I've laid out enough reasons for why it's bad. Oh, well, actually, no. I have a couple more things to say. It's also awkward because, like I said, everyone is here, including Murray and Steve. And Steve is it's just weird because like you can tell that they've been in there for hours, like shooting, because Nancy looks like she's over it. If you look at her face, everyone else looks mad, kind of, or annoyed, and it's a little awkward because Will actually almost outs Tammy as being gay too, by because he says that he had a crush on someone and he just realized that it was his Tammy. It doesn't necessarily out her because no one, I don't think anyone knows she had a crush on Tammy except for Steve, but still dangerous territory. You're almost outed her right there. You could have if you forgot a little too much. It's just not a good scene. I don't think it was handled well. And plus, we do have more important things to do, like saving the world. Sorry. So we cut, and they're on their way into the Upside Down. Murray is driving the truck up to the military base, and that's when Erica and Mr. Clark use their button to open the gate. Hopper pops out of the truck and kills a bunch of civilians, and Nancy does too. Nancy kills American soldiers. This is insane. There's no consequences for this either. She doesn't feel remorse. Neither of them feel remorse. I'm sorry. Nancy at least should feel some kind of remorse. She's murdering people. She's murdering American soldiers. This is bad. This is not good. They're not necessarily bad. They're following orders, and and what they're doing isn't at heart evil, because they think that they're trying to stop an evil entity and an evil mutant girl from murdering people. That's what they believe, and you're just gunning them down. Again, I don't understand how an overweight ex-cop, and I guess he was a soldier, and a teenage girl are killing off soldiers, trained American, young trained American fit soldiers, and our team experiences no casualties, they're never wounded, never injured. How? Why is the military so weak? What's the point of having villains that can't do anything? Not a fan. So they managed to get through into the Upside Down. No casualties. Everything's going according to plan, per usual. Then we cut back to Big Vecna's crib with all the kids, and he's bringing them all to the table to enact his big plan that he waited like 2 or 3 days to do for no reason. Why did he wait so long? Why did Vecna have to do his plan on November 6th? Because Lucas said so. There's no other reason. There's no reason that he had to wait. The second he had Holly and the kids, he should have just done his plan, and then the world would have ended. But nah, we got to be contrived and have everything have everything go according to what Lucas said, because if we don't, then the show can't happen, because the Duffer Brothers are bad at writing, and they've definitely used ChatGPT. So all the kids are at the table, and Holly is basically lobotomized here. She's got like a huge wound on her head. It's so bad. And then Vecna gives them all the big tism, and he is going to start moving planets. And that is the end of episode 7. So let's just keep moving. Let's just keep moving into episode 8. The final episode of Stranger Things, which is pretty crazy. We're in the final episode, guys. So we are at the military base, and the military is sending a bunch of its forces into the Upside Down after our gang. They're useless, though, so it doesn't matter. Why do they even try? And Dr. K and another soldier interrogate the gate officer, because they're like, well, why did you let them into the gate? They think that he was in on it and let them in. And then they realize that they were contraband. No, they were compromised, and they figured out that the gate had been hijacked from someone nearby. Sus. I also still don't buy that a basic ham radio thing is able to just hack into military technology. That's crazy to me. But whatever. We cut to our gang, and they reach their destination in the Upside Down, and everyone goes their separate way to enact their part of the plan. Then we see that that one soldier that was, I can't remember his name. I don't even know if they name him. The guy that Hopper and 11 kidnapped way early in the season, he's there and he finds them all and he is like planning to take over the Hawkins lab with his soldiers and he doesn't tell Dr. K. So we see that our gang's plans might get disrupted here. And then we cut back to regular Hawkins where she's with Mr. Clark, and Mr. Clark is asking, "Well, how are they gonna be able to get past the military? Isn't the military gonna catch them?" And Erica says that the box truck is faster than the Humvees. That doesn't make any sense. It's a box it's a box truck filled with equipment and people, and it's also a box truck, an old broken down box truck. You're telling me that the military Humvees can't outrun a box truck? Not buying it. They do though. They do outrun them. But later on in the show, we see a scene that directly contradicts this. Like, it's insane. I'll talk about it when we get there. It's in this episode, too. Within the same episode, the show blatantly contradicts itself. Like, on the screen, you watch it happen. It's not just a dialogue. It's like you watch the show visually contradict itself. But we'll get there later. And then finally, Erica asks Mr. Clark how it feels to save the world, and we finally get like a tiny bit of perspective from him, and all he says is, I think he says it's pretty goddamn cool, something like that. And it's like, I would have liked to hear what you thought about the Upside Down, or how this changes your philosophy or view on science as a man of science yourself, but nah, we don't get any cool, interesting perspectives like that. We just get the basic, it's pretty cool. This should be altering his entire life and worldview as a teacher and a man of science, but nah, never gonna do that. Meanwhile, the military's onto them, and they bust into the church, and they capture Erica and Mr. Clark. And I still can't believe that they never checked this church. If you don't remember, the Stranger Things gang like uses this church all the time to spy on them, and for some reason the military never uses it for snipers, like as a watchtower. They never check it ever. Somehow, it's fully available to the civilians. Maybe because it's a church. I don't know. It doesn't make sense though. It took them the whole season to figure it out. And then back at the Squawk, the lights go all funny, and Vicky and Max are there, and Vicky freaks out, and she's like, "Robin, are you guys doing anything weird?" And Robin's like, "Nah, fam, we're not." And that happens. So we cut back to the Upside Down, where our team, now part of our team they're climbing up the radio tower, so that they can be ready to jump into the abyss to fight Vecna. And then Hopper is with Elle looking for the deprivation tank, so that she can enter Vecna's mind. So Murray is able to turn on the lab with a generator that's there with gas, and 11 tells Hop that he has to promise her to, if everything goes wrong, to not pull her out of Vecna's mind so that she can kill him. And then she doesn't tell him about her suicide plan, obviously, which is kind of ironic considering that's the very thing that she was mad at him about. So she's being a little contradictory here. Interesting. Which is weird because I thought like the point of that is that they learned that suicide bombing yourself wasn't the answer, but then she goes ahead with a plan to do that. It's a little weird. She gets into the bath and she's preparing to enter Vecna's mind. Now we're back at the tower and we have a little moment between Will and Mike. And Mike tells Will that he's sorry that he wasn't there for Will. And what do you know? Will tells Mike that it's not his fault. Okay, more it's not your fault. Again. Why? Like, I don't know, there's someone watching this. I can see that someone's watching this. Whoever's out there, I don't know how long you've been around, but I've said the line, "It's not your fault," like 10,000 times. I don't understand. How? Why is this has to be ChatGPT, right? I don't know how a writer can write like a script where they have this line and this scene happen like 10 times and not notice it. It's crazy. But let's move on. That's the point. The point of that scene is just Will forgiving Mike for not being there for him for because he's gay. So we're back at the squawk, and Vicky's freaking out again. And then Max has a vecnatism, or mindtism, and she's back. She's in. She finds herself with 11 and Collie inside Vecna's mind. So somehow, Eleven was able to pull Max into her mind and into Vecna's mind. I don't know how that works exactly. I also don't understand. They like get into Vecna's mind immediately. I don't know if how that's possible, and I don't know how Vecna isn't aware of 3 separate people just entering his brain. How? How does he not know? How is that even possible? How come it's so easy? It seems easy. I thought it would be hard to enter Vecna's mind, but I guess not. Maybe it's not Vecna's mind. It has to be, though, right? The rules are unclear. So the stakes are unclear. So, not great. And yeah, Vicky's freaking out because she sees Max is having a little tism moment. And then we're back with Will and Mike, and they've reached the top of the tower in the Upside Down, and they can see the abyss moving. Because Vecna, if we remembered from just a second ago, he's enacted his plan. So now the worlds are merging, and they can actually see it in the Upside Down. And it's coming through pretty quickly, like really quickly. Like, so fast that there's no way their plan can work fast. I don't know why they decided to show it like that. They should have showed it moving really slow so that the audience wasn't thinking, oh, well, this is way too fast for this to work out for them. But alas, that's the way she goes. So, we're back with 11 Max and Callie, and they're in Vecna's mind, and Vicky's still freaking out, and then she sees that the military has found their way to the squawk. Sorry, I should have mentioned this, but when Dr. K and the military found Erica and what's his name, Mr. Clark, they also found the squawk van that was just parked next to the church, and they determined that, oh, well, the rest of the gang must be at the squawk. So the military has showed up there to capture them. And then we cut back to the tower again. A lot of cuts here. And the tower isn't lining up with the rift, which is crazy. I was shocked that they did that. I could have sworn that they were just going to have everything match up perfectly. They didn't. I mean, it doesn't impede their plans at all that it's not lined up, but at least it's not exactly perfect. And Dustin says that they have 30 seconds before the tower gets destroyed by the incoming planet. So we're back with Max again, and she's leading 11 through the memories, and we get a bunch of quick cuts back and forth. So the planet collides with the tower. It doesn't destroy the tower. It destroys like the antenna bit, and Elle is able to get into Vecna's mind at the perfect time and throws him with the force, and this stops everything from happening. So the planets are stable and right next to each other, just like Steve wanted. Very, very lucky, because this whole show relies on luck. And Steve almost dies, actually. He falls off the tower, and then we cut to black, and then Jonathan saved him. So that's kind of like to start wrapping up the love triangle by having Jonathan save Steve, and then they end up bonding later in this episode. I guess that's nice. Sure, whatever. There's nothing truly wrong there. It is kind of lucky that 11 solved everything right when she needed to. And it's also lucky that Vecna started his plan when he needed to and not earlier, like I said, because that would be awkward if he did it even 10 minutes earlier. Think about that. If his plan happened 10 minutes earlier, this wouldn't have been possible. If it happened a day earlier, it certainly wouldn't have been possible. But it's just super, super lucky that it happens when it does, and our characters somehow guessed when the plan happens. It's not like they found out when it was going to happen. So, yeah, Holly and Max and... Not Holly, sorry. Max, 11, and Collie get the kids. And Holly. And Vecna is just, he got thrown out the window in his mind, in his home. I don't know how this works. So I guess he's like unconscious for a minute in his own mind. I don't know how that works exactly, but then our gang in the Upside Down crawls into the abyss, and the abyss does not look good at all. The CGI for the abyss is just, it looks like Spy Kids. If you've ever seen Spy Kids, Spy Kids almost looks better. Honestly, seriously, the SNL skit that they did with Finn Wolfhard has better effects than the $400 million show. I promise. Go if you watch, look up Stranger Things Abyss scenes and then watch that and then compare it with the new SNL with Finn Wolfhard. I promise the SNL looks better. We're back with Vecna, and Vecna has woken up finally, and he gets back to his house. And oh my God, the kids are gone. Where are they? It turns out that Callie is using her powers to make the kids invisible, so Vecna can't see them. And they do this so they do this so that the kids can see that Vecna is evil, because at this point they're not truly convinced yet that he's bad. He still has his grasp over them. So they see how evil he is, and he's using the Force on 11 and monologuing to her. And the kids just watch, and it's like, okay, I know you guys want to prove to the kids that he's bad, but you guys should probably get going, running. And they take forever, and they finally decide to run. And so Elle battles Vecna for a second, and then Kali comes out of nowhere with a knife, and she stabs Vecna, but he disappears. He's invisible. Where did he go? I wonder where he could have gone. And this scene made me cringe a little bit, because they try stabbing him in his own mind. How is that going to work? You're in his mind. What knife are you using, by the way? What are you talking about? So Kali has a knife inside that he got in Vecna's mind, and she stabs Vecna with a knife in his mind. Of course that's not going to do anything. Their plan makes no sense. How are you going to kill mind Vecna in his head? You're not in like your head or in invisible plane. So their whole plan doesn't really make sense once you get here and you realize all this. The Duffer Brothers forgot. I think the Duffer Brothers might have forgotten they were in Vecna's head, legitimately. And I think a lot of fans probably would too. And I don't blame fans for forgetting, because I almost forgot too, until I realized, wait, this is all happening in his head, in his world. So how did Kali get a knife? Did she take the knife and how? It's so confusing. And then that begs the question, like, where do their clothes come from? How does any of this work? But it's probably better to not even think about it. So yeah, Vecna escapes because, yeah, you're not going to stab him in his own mind world. That doesn't make sense. So then we cut back to our crew who are in the abyss, and Steve has this little moment with Jonathan where they basically bond over Nancy, which is kind of ironic. I don't think there's anything too wrong with that, really. It's pretty standard, and they become friends a little bit, and they're chill with each other. It's fine. I have no complaints really there. They find Vecna's palace thing in the abyss. It's like this big spider creature thing. It looks like a weird egg thing. We later find out it's the Mind Flayer, spoiler alert. But anywho, it's really far, by the way. The Mind Flayer palace thing is super far, and they're acting like it's like a 10-minute walk. It's not. It's so far away if you see it. I wish I had my Netflix up here so I could show you, but just trust me. Then we cut back to Max, and she's helping the kids escape, finally. And Callie and 11 reach Max, and they say, oh, well, Vecna disappeared. We don't know where he is. Then we come to a scene I legitimately enjoyed a lot. This scene was great. I had no problems with this scene. I wish that this scene was how the whole show was written. It's super well done. I know, you were probably shocked to hear me say that. This scene, probably one of the best scenes in the season. And I think one of the best scenes in the show, honestly. Yes, I said the whole show, yes. So We cut to Hopper, and he's in the lab, and he can't reach anyone on his comms on his radio. And then he notices something out of the corner of his eye. He notices these barrels uh, in the upside down room in the lab, and they're filled with herbicide. And you're thinking, well, what? That's weird. What is that doing in here? And then you see that it's Agent Orange. And it's like, oh my god, because Hopper was in Nom, and so you kind of quickly realize that Vecna, when he disappeared, somehow invade. I don't know how he invaded Hopper's mind or why he hasn't done it earlier, but he gets into Hopper's mind, and he's making him see Agent Orange barrels, and he's messing with his mind, and it's in the best way possible. It's beautiful. It's awesome. So Hopper sees the Agent Orange barrels, which brings him back to his Vietnam times, and we kind of see Hopper deal with some trauma. He deals with the trauma of the war because it reminds him of the war, and then it's really tragic. We learn that his daughter and her cancer was likely the side effect of the Agent Orange that he was exposed to in the war. And this is why he feels so responsible ultimately for her death. And I think that is genius because I don't believe that we had ever been revealed to that. Or I don't think that was ever revealed to us that Hopper, that his daughter had cancer because of that. I don't think it was ever established why she had cancer. So it's pretty interesting that we learn that because Vecna is in his head and Vecna is pulling out these memories and showing him the worst version of how these events occurred to make him feel small and crazy. So that is really well done. I have to praise the show. They made Vecna smart. They made him prey on Hopper's worst fears, his guilts, even though they might not be completely valid guilts. Like, he shouldn't blame himself for this. It's not ultimately his fault. Ironically, I know. It isn't technically his fault, though. This is where that message can actually shine through properly. And we even have Vecna posing as his daughter, telling Hopper that it's her fault, or his fault, and that another girl's gonna die. It's great. I'm a huge fan of this. I wish the whole show was written this way. And then Vecna reveals Callie's plan with 11 to Hopper, and then Hopper gets really mad, and he basically rage baits Hopper, and he tricks Hopper into shooting what he thinks is Vecna, and then we reveal, and it is the tank that Elle is in, and Elle is all bloody and shot up, and she looks pretty dead. And I already knew it was fake, but if you're a super invested fan, you're gonna be like, oh my god, he just got tricked into killing 11. That's insane. So Hopper's freaking out, and he starts breaking the tank, and he busts 11 out, and that's when he realizes that it was all a vision, and he didn't actually kill 11. And this was a trick by Vecna, so Hopper would get 11 out of his head. Pretty genius on Vecna's part. That's pretty smart. Although I will say, I don't know why he didn't legitimately trick Hopper into shooting 11. Why does he want 11 to stay around at this point? It's not like he's trying to get 11 to be on his side anymore. So it does kind of make Vecna look a little dumb, but I can still admire his plan overall to trick Hopper. I think it tricked the audience. It tricked me for a little bit, so I was impressed. This scene was handled pretty well. Definitely better than the rest of the season, for sure, and better than other scenes in some of the other seasons. So, big points from me here, show. You got me. So yeah, 11 disappears in Vecna's mind, and so does Kali, and it's just Holly and the rest of the kids in Vecna's mind. They have no one to lead them out. Or no, Max is there too. Yeah, sorry, Max is also there still. So, Dr. K ends up finding Max and Vicky, and at this point, Max breaks out of her trance too. So yeah, Holly is alone with the other kids at this point. But yeah, the show won brownie points there. See, guys, there's some positivity here after all. Okay, I told you whenever I found something good, I would talk about it. So now we cut to Holly, and she's now leading the kids to escape Vecna's mind. Now we're back to Callie, and she's like complaining about everything, and 11 finally she's saying basically to give up, and 11 finally says, "Well, in what? So we're just gonna give up." Finally, 11, thank God you finally confronted her. But this leads to Hopper saying, because it was revealed by Vecna that, or Hopper, sorry, Vecna revealed to Hopper all of 11 and Kali's plan. So Hopper says that he won't detonate the bomb unless he knows that she won't kill herself. And this leads to Kali. Somehow Kali has a gun out of nowhere and points the gun at Hopper and says that you're basically threatening that he's an agent of Vecna and that he has to die. I hate Kali. She's insane. It's insane. What are you doing? And then Hopper has I guess it's a nice moment where he tries to convince 11 that she needs to stick up for herself and fight and not give up, and that she needs to live to create a future for her kids someday, so that her kid can live a life that she couldn't have lived or didn't have, a childhood she didn't have. Nice little sob speech, and this actually convinces Callie to lower her gun because she feels sad and like is moved by Hopper's words. There's nothing particularly wrong here. I just think Callie is dumb. Oops, I just missed some stuff. Hold on. Okay. What the hell? Okay, sorry, I lost my. Sorry, an ambulance went by too. Oh my god, so many things just happened. Murray calls or Hopper. I wrote Jim Hopper over the comms, and he tells him that the military is coming to the Hawkins lab in the Upside Down. We cut back to Holly, and they're in the cave, or they're almost to the cave, and that's when they're like, "Oh my god, where's Derek? Derek is too slow because he's fat." Excuse me. And Vecna is about to get him. He's about to get him. And so they're about to get into the cave, and that's when Vecna uses like stretchy arms like that Fantastic Four guy and grabs Holly's foot. So this opens up a whole slew of problems because we were in the same situation earlier. So how come here, when Holly's running into the cave with Derek, Vecna stretches out his arm to grab her, but when she was with Max earlier, he doesn't do this? What? Vecna is dumb again. So we've gone from dumb Vecna in the dumb Vecna, then we get that one smart moment scene with him and Hopper, and then we go right back to Vecna being dumb. What are we doing, show? This is the kind of stuff that I get annoyed with. How can we go from this really well done scene with Hopper where Vecna's smart, and then 2 minutes later, literally 2 or 3 minutes later, he's stupid, and he exemplifies how dumb he is by using a power here that he could have used earlier, and it would have solved all his problems. Frustrating, but alas, let's just continue. Holly gets out of his grip, and then they escape. So now we're back with our crew. They're still walking to Vecna's palace here, and Will uses his Vecnatism vision to see that Vecna is alive still. This vision just happens. I don't think he tries to use the vision. It just luckily happens to him, like all the other times. Excuse me. Because his visions, if you notice, only really happen when it's important to the plot, or if our characters need to figure out something. It's basically the writer's freebie for our characters to know information. Because Will doesn't normally, he can't normally control his visions. He only does it a couple times. But he sees Vecna vision, and we have another okay moment, a decent moment here. So we see that because I should have explained. So at this point, Vecna is actually trying to face his fear, which is the cave. And if you remember, he's terrified of the cave in his vision or his memory with the doctor who he killed. So he enters and he's actually getting through and he's seeing his vision or his memory and it's like hurting him. So he can't like run into the cave, but he can power through. So Holly sees Vecna and she leads the kids out. Okay, that we're getting to the interesting scene. My bad. I thought it was right here, but it's not. So we're back with the military, and they've broken into Hawkins' lab in the Upside Down, and they're using their sonic guns to stop 11 and Kali. And sorry, it's kind of funny. So Kali and 11 are like this. They're on the ground, like shaking. They can't do anything. And Hopper picks up 11, looks at Kali, and leaves her. It's like he just abandons her. I mean, I know you hate her, but damn, you're just gonna leave her. I guess he can't really pick her up with 11. And if you're gonna, at the end of the day, I would choose 11 too. Sorry, I don't like Kali that much. So we cut back to the mine shaft. This is another quick cut scene, and Holly's getting the kids into the mine shaft. Then we get back to Murray, and Murray gets an idea. He sees a bunch of the extra C4 and explosives they have, and he thinks of an idea. I wonder what that could be. So Kali gets caught by the soldiers, and then Hopper comes out and kills them all instantly. There's not really any trouble. And then the one soldier that he captured earlier beats him, and they get knocked out and captured. Then Holly leads the kids through the mine shaft, and at this point, I was laughing so hard because if you remember, in the episode where Max and her had to climb through the rocks to get out, Max and Holly could barely fit through the rocks. There is no way that big old Derek is fitting through that gap to get out of there. There's no way. They don't show him doing it because the show knows. Come on, Derek is like, he's huge. He cannot fit through there, but the show pretends he can. It's like, oh my god, come on, really? It would have been kind of funny. It would have been tragic and funny if he couldn't actually escape and he died because he was too fat. That would have been... Oh, no, they couldn't have done that. That would have been too much. But, anywho, so that we go back to the soldiers in the Upside Down, and the one soldier is threatening Hopper and says that if he doesn't reveal where 11 is, then he'll kill Kali. Oh, excuse me. And he really means it, too. He proves it by shooting next to her head. But this is always dumb to me. These types of this isn't just a Stranger Things thing. This is the problem I have with all these types of interrogation scenes. If your only leverage is killing someone's significant other or a friend to get information, then you can never kill that person or else you lose your leverage. So obviously he's not going to kill her. It's just a dumb tactic. Because what? He kills Kali and then Hopper doesn't have to tell him still. So it doesn't matter and you lose your leverage. So there's no incentive for the interrogator to actually kill their leverage, if that makes sense. It's just a bad interrogation tactic, I think. Like, you're going to torture them at least. You'd think torture would be better. You'd want to torture her so she's in pain and then... Maybe I sound crazy, but this is what... I don't know. It doesn't make sense to kill her. Oh, shoot. I just lost my notes. 1 second. 1 second. Shoot. Oh, I lost my notes. Sorry. Bear with me. Okay. I'm sorry. We're back now. Yeah, so he threatens to kill her. He doesn't, obviously. He waits to the last second. And this is right when Murray enacts his bomb plan, which is to throw the bombs at the helicopter. And the helicopter has the sonic powers in it. to stop 11 and Kali from using their powers. So he throws it, the bomb explodes, the helicopter explodes, and the helicopter happens to be next to the same floor that Hopper is on, and it like causes all the soldiers to fall over, which saves them. But right as this happens, that one soldier shoots Kali. We don't know what happens to her. Then 11 comes in and she murders all the soldiers, no hesitation. And then this is brutal. She take that one soldier, the one that they kidnapped. He points his gun at her. She uses the force and makes him kill himself with the gun. It's so brutal. They show the whole thing. It's like, damn, 11, you're a bit harsh. That's a bit crazy. That's a bit dark, too dark almost for your character. That's like evil. So, it's revealed that Kali was in fact shot and she's dying and bleeding out. How sad. I don't really care. Sorry. That's just me. I'm not critiquing the show. I'm just saying I don't care because I don't like her. I'm not a fan. I figured she was going to get shot. Holly attacks Vecna when he's coming after them as he's distracted by his memory. And this hurts him, and then she gets away, and he does get distracted by his brutal memory. Excuse me. In this scene, this is the scene that I actually kind of enjoyed. Oh, excuse me. This scene was genuinely decent. Again, we finally got... hold on. Sorry, bear with me. Yeah, we finally have another interesting, coolish scene, and it's with Vecna again. So Vecna at this point is getting kind of distracted by his gruesome memory here. And at this point, Will is seeing the same memory as Vecna and like experiencing it with him. Ah, damn it, we cut away again. So we cut back to 11 and Hopper, and they've reached Murray, and Murray doesn't realize that Kali is dead, and he's cracking jokes, and then he's like, I'm so sorry, 11. And they have a sad moment here, and 11 realizes... She looks over and she sees all these floating islands. How they're floating, I don't know. I didn't know that was part of the Abyss thing. They're floating there and she's like, I can jump. I can use these like a platformer in a video game and jump up onto them to get into the Abyss. How convenient. And then Hop and her have a little moment together. And it's just a member berry thing, another thing to trick you, emotionally blackmail you. It's just a Hopper and 11 having a moment where they have flashbacks to seasons that we've already seen. Where it's the same story over and over again. It's just like how they're close, and it's like it's a daughter. Oh, shoot. It's like a daughter-father relationship. They have to drive it home more and more. It's pretty standard Stranger Things Hopper 11 scene that they've done in every other season. I don't really have much to say about it. And they do it in front of Murray, so Murray's just awkwardly listening, I guess. So finally, we cut to Big Vecna in his scene, which is way more interesting. We see him, and we see that when he was a child, and he found this doctor, and he had to kill him, or he did kill him. He opens the suitcase the doctor had, and there's this stone in there, and the stone allows him to commune with the Mind Flayer, and that's what gave him his powers. And Will understands everything. He understands that Vecna didn't mean this all happened to him, and then he was sort of manipulated by the Mind Flayer, and that's how everything happened. And so it's kind of sad, and Vecna's crying, and he's like, no, leave me alone. And he sort of reverts into a child, and it's kind of sad. It's very humanizing in that he's just a traumatized, messed up kid who had a bad family life, and this supernatural force just made everything worse. And at the end of the day, while it is his fault. It is his fault. He has agency, and he even says it. But it is also tragic because he was pretty much handed all the worst cards you could pick, and he was picking out of a bad deck of cards, basically. So everything he chose was just going to be bad no matter what. So Will understands, and he talks to Vecna through his mind, and he tries to get Vecna to turn good. It's kind of like Luke trying to turn Vader good. But Vecna chooses evil, and he explains that he, at the end of the day, chose to work with and for the Mind Flayer because he saw just how bad the world was, and he's basically an incel. And at this point, Vecna's palace thing turns into the Mind Flayer, and he's basically controlling the Mind Flayer like a mech. It's super weird. I don't know how their relationship really works or why the Mind Flayer needs Vecna that much, but he does. And this is where the show turns into Marvel slop. Our gang who's in the abyss sees this giant. It's absolutely huge, hundreds and hundreds of feet tall. This huge spider creature, and they fight it, and it's just slop. I was just like my brain was turning off during this scene. I couldn't take it seriously. So they're running. Our gang is running away from the Mind Flayer creature, and then a giant rock smashes into it, and it's 11 using the Force. Wow, she's here to save the day. And then Vecna, she fights 11 head on. I don't even know where they are. They're in the Mind Flayer still, sort of. I don't know where they are, but 11's fighting Vecna inside the Mind Flayer, if that makes sense. Like, physically, it's weird. And then the gang makes a plan, and they fight with rockets and guns and flares and all these things. And we see Steve and Dustin stabbing little Mind Flayer eggs or something like that. And it's like a standard like Marvel battle, except none of them are superheroes, and none of them except, well, I guess 11 is kind of a superhero, but she's fighting Vecna. She's not fighting the giant Mind Flayer, really. She launches a rock at it, but that's it. So it's realistically a bunch of teenagers versus this huge creature, and they end up winning. Will is able to get inside Vecna's mind again and stop him from killing 11, which allows 11 to impale Vecna on a big spike. And somehow, our team of teenagers using flamethrowers, guns, and spears are able to help destroy the Mind Flayer. Like, they do damage to it. So, and there are no Demogorgons. So, let me just pause here. They win the battle by destroying it. It's pretty quick too. This is a 2-hour episode, and they destroy Vecna and the Mind Flayer an hour in, which is pretty crazy. So we still got a lot of episode left, right? But here's the thing. How come? First of all, no Demogorgons. Why? Oh, the real reason why? There's no real in-universe reason. The meta reason is that the writers thought that people were suffering from Demogorgon fatigue and that they wouldn't want them in the finale. I don't think that's the case. I've never heard of that. Never heard anyone say that or complain about them being in it too much. Really? I hear people complain about how bad they are, how like their powers are inconsistent, but whatever. And like I said, they like at the end of the day, 11 does defeat the Mind Flayer thing by defeating Vecna, but our teenager friends here do help destroy it. And yeah, like I said, they use flamethrowers, guns, and spears. All the things that don't affect the Demogorgons, but they affect the Mind Flayer. Not buying it. That doesn't make any sense at all. But the show doesn't care. It's clear that they had no script when doing this. It's so clear. No script at all. No plan. What the hell? What the actual hell? And yeah, nothing makes sense. There's no stakes, no casualties for our gang. No bueno. It's terrible. No one gets hurt. No one gets killed. There's no stakes at all. And everything looks so CGI slop. It's embarrassing. And yes, 11 impales Vecna on this spike thing. Nancy runs in, like everything's quiet. They've defeated him. Nancy runs in. She gets Holly. Holly wakes up, and then the whole gang comes in, and they wake up all the kids. It's all happy. And then we see Vecna, and he's coughing. He's still partially alive. And Joyce comes in, and this is the first time Joyce meets Vecna ever. And Vecna looks at her, and he can't speak. He's like dying. And Joyce decapitates him with an axe. It's insane. It's so brutal. I saw an edit where, because when she's decapitating him, we get this, it's like all this grand, like triumphant music, and then all of our characters watching it and then thinking to all the bad things that happen in their lives because of Vecna's influence. But I've seen a cut or an edit where there's no music and there's no flashbacks and it's just Joyce decapitating Vecna, and it's so dark. It's so brutal. It's just the sound of him getting decapitated, because she strikes him like 8 times, I think, with the axe to decapitate him until it's finally over. And she's doing this in front of a school of kids, basically, and her family. And this is a side note, but a little anecdotal, but I have a friend who was telling me that when he watched this scene, he couldn't help but think of if his own mom did this and if he watched his mom decapitate someone. Because remember, they just spent all this time humanizing Vecna and making him relatable and making you feel bad for him, to just have Joyce come in and decapitate him like that brutally. So my friend was saying if he saw his mom decapitate a human being at the end of the day in the way she did, he would never be able to look at his mom the same way. And that stuck with me. I can't imagine, how are Will and Jonathan chill about this? I would imagine they would be traumatized, but that never comes up. Will never brings it up. Jonathan never brings it up. And Joyce never even brings it up. There's not even a moment between Joyce and Hopper where Joyce tells Hopper that she decapitated Vecna. I don't think it's ever spoken of on screen. That would be really interesting to see how she dealt with that, because if I'm not wrong, I think this is the first time she's killed like a person. I don't even know if she's killed a Demogorgon. I can't remember, but I know it's definitely the first time she's killed a human being. Because Vecna is a human being at the end of the day. He was her classmate. It's just dark, and I don't think the show handles it as well as it thinks it is. But to move on, they kill him, and the day is saved. And that's within the first hour of this 2-hour and 8-minute long episode. It's like a goddamn movie. So Dustin radios in Hopper and tells him that they've killed Vecna and saved the day and there's no casualties. It's pretty much exactly what he says, by the way. And so Murray starts the countdown using the record player to destroy the Upside Down. And everyone's all happy. Everyone's in the box truck. Steve's driving them off. And then Hopper and Murray drive up alongside them in the Humvee and then pass them. And it's like a joke that they're going faster than them. Which, remember, in this episode earlier, Erica tells Mr. Clark, and the show treats this as true, that the Humvees cannot catch or exceed the speed of the box truck. And in the same episode, we see it exceeding the speed of the box truck. The show forgot. The show doesn't care. The show is inconsistent. What else do I have to say about that? It's absurd. They didn't even think about it. So they reach the gate to get out of the Upside Down, and the military is there. Remember the good old military? The military is there, and they capture everyone, and Dr. K is there, and she's all smug. Also, Dr. K doesn't speak again. This is the last scene with her, and there's so much to talk about, actually. I think I'll have to talk about most of it after we get through the episode. So the military's there, they get captured, and then everyone notices, where's Elle? Elle's missing. And then everyone looks, and she's in the Upside Down, in the gate, and everyone kind of realizes that, she's about to sacrifice herself. And Elle enters mind and basically tells him everything's gonna be fine. I have to do what I have to do. Oh, excuse me. And then they kiss awkwardly. It's super awkward kiss. And we get flashbacks to the whole show about when they were kids and all the times that they had together. In case you forgot, we gotta beat this horse dead. We gotta make sure everyone remembers and that everyone's sad. Because the show is manipulating the audience here. I can't stand it. These terrible films and movies that just manipulate the audience with emotional blackmail to trick you into thinking the show is good or the film is good. They're tricking you again. This goes back to the Ekasala Unfiltered mini that I did. Stranger Things is trying to emotionally blackmail its audience. They constantly do it. If you go back to all these episodes, all these bad episodes, there's going to be all these little flashbacks, little member berries, these key jangly moments to trick you, to distract you. But we're better than that, right, guys? We're better than that. We're better than you, show. We see through the lies of the Jedi. We we don't fear logic and consistency like you do. Anyways, so everyone's freaking out. We get a bunch of slow-mo shots, and then we see that the bomb goes off, and the Upside Down is destroyed along with 11. Allegedly. And 11 disappears. She doesn't explode or anything. She disappears. And then the gate is gone. And then we cut, and it's like, I think it's a year later. It's a long while later. And then we see Hawkins is rebuilding. By the way, before we continue, actually, I want to bring up the military's done with. Military's gone. Dr. K is gone. And none of our characters are arrested, held accountable for the killing of American soldiers, for digging their way into a military base. They're never held responsible for any of the crimes and laws that they break. Never. Isn't that insane? Hopper is never put on trial for murdering American soldiers, which there is plenty of proof of. Nancy is not put on trial for murdering American soldiers, which there is proof of. We have witnesses. The soldiers, Dr. K. Who are they going to believe? They're going to believe a ex-cop, or I guess he is still a cop. They're going to believe Hopper and Nancy over the military. Nope, don't buy it. There's no consequences yet again. And no resolution for Dr. K either. She disappears. The show forgets about her. Not that she was interesting, but it's just crazy that she was the secondary big bad of the whole season, and she gets no resolution, no ending. She doesn't even get killed. Maybe she'll be in that spin-off series. So we cut to like later, and Hawkins is rebuilding, and then Robin's at her station again, and she's expositing how the military's gone, and everything is returning to normal for our good old town. Everything's going back to normal for the civilians and the people of Hawkins. We see that Steve is a baseball coach for the high school, and we also learn that he's like the sex ed teacher. Interesting. And then we learn that the whole gang is graduating, including Max, even though she missed 2 years of school. Not buying it, show. Come on. She missed 2 years of school. She's got to be way behind. But nah, the show forgets. The show doesn't care. And then we learn Dustin is valedictorian, which means he gets to give a little speech. And we see Hopper with Joyce, and it appears that they're living together. Hopper has a really terrible looking like old man beard that they like prosthetic they put on him. Everything seems chill and right with the world. They're posing for a family picture that Jonathan's taking with Joyce, Hopper, and Will. It's all nice and dandy. And then Joyce gets a call, and it appears that Mike is missing, and Karen's worried sick. And Hopper knows exactly where he is. Hopper finds Mike at the town's memorial for the earthquake. They say it's an earthquake thing that killed all those people. And Hopper tells Mike he knew he'd be here because it's 11, blah, blah, blah. And Mike blames himself for everything. And then Hopper tells him it's not his fault and that 11 did everything on her own accord. Again, it's not his fault. I mean, sure, it isn't his fault, but stop with this line. Enough. We've heard it enough times. So Hopper gets, and this is like right before graduation. That's kind of the big thing. Why Karen's freaking out is because Mike is missing at graduation. So Hopper convinces him to attend graduation, and everyone's there. We get Jonathan, Steve, Nancy, the whole gang. Even Ted is there. Ted. My good old Ted is finally here. He's here. Poor Ted. And Dustin delivers his speech. And this scene's fine. I don't really have a problem here. Dustin delivers Gayton does a good job acting here, and it's easy to like relate to him and like root for him. So he delivers his speech and he talks about how everyone's childhoods were stolen, and he says how the school finally changed for the better. No more cliques. All the barriers were breaking down because of what happened at Hawkins. And then he does the thing that Eddie always wanted to do and rips his gown off and everything and flips off the principal. And he's still wearing the Hellfire Club shirt. So I guess everyone just stopped being mad with him about that. The show forgot about that whole plot point, I guess. They forgot about the bullies. We're the bullies that hate Dustin. Nothing with that is resolved. It's forgotten about. That was an important point. Forgotten. It sucks. I wish the show was like good enough to warrant this speech, but it's not. Gayton's just really good at acting, so it kind of works. And then during this moment, we see that Mike hears something in the speech. During the speech, he hears something coming out of the speakers, and it reminds him of 11, and we get a bunch of flashbacks to 11. We don't need the flashbacks. We can gather that he's thinking about 11. We don't need the flashbacks, but the show thinks we're retarded. Sorry, it's true. And then Stacy, the girl, if you remember, the girl from the end of season 1 or season 2 who Dustin asks to dance with, and she says no. She comes out and kind of praises Dustin and invites him to a party. And Dustin wants to go because this girl's clearly low-key into him. And everyone else wants to go, but Mike's like, nah, we're not going to go. We're going to play D&D. Michael, you're boring. Come on. This is the last high school party it's the last high school party that they've never been invited to a high school party, and it's the only one they'll get, and you're telling them to go play D&D, which you can do whenever you want. No. Also, what happened to breaking down barriers and cliques? Mike is just wanting to be a nerd and not hang out with new people. I don't like Mike. He's weird in the end of this. It's so weird. Why? Go to the party. But now Mike's lame, so they have to play D&D instead. And then we cut to Jonathan, Steve, Nancy, and Robin, and they're hanging out on the roof of the Squawk for some reason, as if that was an iconic location or place of memory. They should be, I don't know. And Steve is a coach, is a sex ed teacher, and we're hearing bits about their lives. So he's staying in Hawkins, and he's going to raise a family. And we learn that Jonathan is going to NYU, and he's basically just a starving artist film student. And then we learn Nancy dropped out of Emerson College and works for a newspaper. And this scene is basically just highlighting the reality of leaving home and leaving your friends at home, is that you normally don't ever keep the same type of friendship that you had with them. There's nothing really wrong with that message. It's just like, it's a weird that they chose all these characters to have that message happen with, considering that Robin and Nancy never got along. Remember, Nancy hated Robin for a long time. Also, Robin doesn't even know Jonathan really at all. And Jonathan just recently became friends with Steve. It's a weird group dynamic. Well, I'm just saying. Robin doesn't really know Nancy or Jonathan, so why is she here? It's weird. Should have just been the love triangle, but they had to keep Robin in, I guess. So, we cut from that. Their little moment is over, and we cut to Hopper and Joyce, who finally have a date at Enzo's. Remember that from season 1? They've been building this up for 5 seasons. They were supposed to have a date at Enzo's. And so they finally do, and this is I don't really have a problem here. I know some people were mad about this. They thought that Hopper and Joyce should have just stayed good friends. I could see that happening. I don't really care that much that they're I don't see a problem really with them being lovers. I don't think it poses too much of a problem. So Hopper tells Joyce they could maybe move to Montauk on the beach now that they don't have to be tied to Hawkins because of the kids, and he proposes to Joyce. It's a nice little sweet thing. He sets up this whole thing where the restaurant's in on it, and he presents the ring, and they have a singer. It's nice. And then we cut to our gang, and they're playing D&D instead of going to the party like a bunch of losers. Sorry, it's kind of lame. It's literally your last high school chance to have a. It's literally your last chance to go to a high school party, and you've never been to one because apparently they've been nerds their whole high school careers and never been to a party. I'm pretty sure they hadn't been to one. Yeah, so they're playing D&D, and Mike is a terrible dungeon master, and Max even calls him out for having the ending be lame. I've played D&D. I'm not afraid to admit that I'm a little bit of a nerd, and my cousin is a great dungeon master compared to Mike. He's great just because he's good at it, but he makes Mike look like stupid. Mike's terrible. My cousin's way better. Sorry. My cousin's way better. But it's true. It's like he's a bad dungeon master. He's terrible. And we get this like corny little thing where Mike tells them about how their lives are going to be, but through like the lens of D&D. It's corny. And then he reveals that Eleven is still alive. And it turns out that Kali was somehow alive even though she got shot, and she managed to stay alive long enough to create an illusion of Eleven. So Kali lived somehow, and she had this whole plan with Eleven where she makes Eleven go invisible while simultaneously creating a fake version of Eleven that dies, quote unquote, in the Upside Down, so that Eleven can go into hiding and no one will look for her. But I don't know how Kali lived that long in the Upside Down with being shot like that in the stomach. Pretty lucky. And I also think this would have been better if Mike just heard the thing over the radio or over the speaker, and then that was it. We don't need all this. It would have been way nicer and cooler to have the audience wonder if Eleven is alive, not see it. We literally see her go to Greenland or Norway or wherever the hell. It looks like Greenland, and she starts her new life there. How did she get to Greenland? We don't know. Like, how? How did she get money? How did she get the tickets? She doesn't even. Is she even a citizen? Does she even have like a passport or anything? How did she get to Greenland? Like, think about it. How? How did Eleven get to Greenland? How? No passport, no money, no birth certificate to my knowledge, no social security card, no like you can't. There's no way. I guess the 80s maybe because it's pre 9/11, maybe, but I'm not buying she gets through all this all the way there. I don't know. Hard to believe show. And Mike just figured this out somehow. And he says that they asked Mike, like, is this true? And he says, I choose to believe it is. But I mean, we're being shown it, so it must be true. I'm assuming, unless they wouldn't have had flashbacks. The show or flash forwards, flashbacks, whatever the hell. This show loves its flashes of images of stuff to exposit. I also don't understand why she didn't take Mike with him. If she did make it out, there's no reason Mike and her can't be together if she did survive. There's no reason. It would make way more sense if Mike went with her. That would explain a little bit of how she's able to get through by these obstacles if she has help of someone who's actually adjusted to the world. But nah. And then Mike puts D&D away. They all leave. And then Mike turns around, and as Holly and her friends, including Derek, go down to play D&D, and he's nostalgic because it's just like how he and his friends were when they were kids. And then I just want to remind everyone that the last line of this entire show, the way that the show ends, the last line is, "Girls' farts smell like roses." That's the last line. It's the last line that you hear. And then the show ends. The show ends with that line. "Girls' farts smell like roses." I hope you guys remember that is the last line of Stranger Things. Of a random girl, like a random character says that. So yeah, we're at the end of Stranger Things. Our journey with Stranger Things has come to a close, finally. I can't believe it. And I can't believe let's see, what time, how long have I been doing this? 4 hours. How did it take so little time? I'm shocked. I thought I was going to be here for 8 hours again. I did it in half the time. I'm impressed with myself. But again, I mentioned this earlier in the stream. I think the reason this time it went by so fast is because all the problems were just the same problems, because every episode is written this like a copy and paste episode with different skins. So I didn't have to tackle too many new concepts of bad. I can't believe it's over, finally. My final thoughts, though. This show is it's abysmal. The first season was good. Everything else is bad. It shouldn't have happened. The Duffer Brothers are not good writers. I think they got lucky with Stranger Things 1 because they had a good idea. I don't know. There's so many things left unsaid. We don't know what happened to Dr. K. We don't know how, shoot, I'm losing my train of thought. We don't know why Hopper or Nancy weren't put on trial. We don't know why the military was and Dr. K were how come they let our gang go? What? They just get let go. Why aren't they in jail? They committed crimes like domestic terrorism. Think about it. I say that way too much, think about it. But I feel like people don't think about it. That's the problem. We get to the very end of the season, the very end of the whole show. Hopper and Nancy have committed a bunch of war crimes, domestic terrorism. Our whole gang has committed crimes against the military and the government, and they're never held accountable at all. The show expects you to forget and move on. I haven't forgotten, show. I'm on to you and your trickery, your treachery. Yeah, Nancy and Hopper are never put on trial for killing a bunch of American soldiers. Dr. K is forgotten about. We never get an ending to her. She apparently lets everyone go. She doesn't imprison them for war crimes, for breaking into a military base, for stealing kids, for killing American soldiers, like I mentioned, for any of that. It's forgotten about. No consequences. Even though there's evidence everywhere, there's witnesses, there's evidence, there's contraband. Nope. Doesn't matter. Everyone lives happily ever after. You, show, did not earn your happily ever after. You didn't earn your budget of $400 million. You didn't earn the patience of fans, the loyalty of fans trying to make your terrible writing make sense. You didn't earn any of it, but you got away with it in the end, unfortunately. And yeah, that's kind of all I have to say. I didn't have much of an audience for this stream, unfortunately, but that's okay. I didn't have anything on the screen to show, which sucks. Hopefully that'll be figured out next time. I am still in between what I'm going to do for next week. I think I'm going to try to tackle Welcome to Derry. I'm not sure yet. We'll see. And then after that, I think I'm going to do Iron Lung, which is that new film by Markiplier, the YouTuber. I think it would be interesting to talk about that and to see how that goes. So I'm going to try to see that in theaters next week. So we'll talk about It Welcome to Derry probably next week. I'll watch Iron Lung probably after the stream or the day after, and then the following week we'll talk about that. But yeah, I think we're going to talk about Iron Lung. Sorry, we're going to talk about It Welcome to Derry next week. I do think it's better than Stranger Things, but it's still not great. Although I did enjoy watching it. Unlike Stranger Things, I did not enjoy watching this show at all, or this season. I got very little enjoyment. There were like, I can count my fingers how many times I smirked or unironically smirked and enjoyed it. Anyways, that's it for the second episode of Ekasala Unfiltered with your host, Zach Ekasala. I hope you guys enjoyed my breakdown of Stranger Things. It's the last time I'll probably be talking about the show unless someone wants to debate me about it, or unless someone has a video for me to break down or react to that is contradictory to what I think. But anyways, yes, you guys have a fantastic evening.